Horwitz, and the count is now 2-1. I'm talking about a runner first and second.
Yep.
And a double steal. Then the catcher would try to get the trailer at second.
Sure. Yeah. But it's just kind of interesting with a runner on third. People are very cautious about throwing down to second in today's game, and those are just the numbers that bear that out.
Next offer on the way. Strike 2 called on the outside corner. The count is even on Horwitz at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Bizzardo trying to keep the runners right there. 2 on, 2 away. And time is called as Horwitz backs away from home plate. He was with the Blue Jays last year, hit 265. How about the Toronto Blue Jays in the American League East now in first place?
I was just going to say, you mean the AL East leading Toronto Blue Jays.
How about that? And Tampa Bay is right there surrounding the Yankees. Here's the stretch and the 2-2 on the way to Horwitz, and here she comes. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And yes, he does. Edward Bizzardo ends up striking out the side, and the Pirates leave runners stranded at second and third. What another great job by Bizzardo. We go to the bottom of the seventh inning stretch time. Home Street Bank score. It's the Mariners 4 and the Pirates nothing.
$195 million. Global Credit Union members saved $195 million last year through lower fees and better interest rates. At Global, member service is our highest priority. 27 branches throughout Washington, an easy-to-use mobile app, and access to a member service rep wherever you are and whenever you need help. 24/7, 365 days a year. Learn more at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partners of Seattle Mariners Radio.
Fireside Home Solutions, a great Pacific Northwest company. I've been thrilled working with them. I know you will too. Whether you need a new fireplace, a garage door, or outdoor barbecue, Fireside Home Solutions is the call you need to make. They offer a free in-home consultation, or go see a showroom, Portland, Auburn, Spokane, and Bellevue, or online at firesidehomesolutions.com. Hey, and don't forget, Matt and John are big Mariner fans too.
Are you ready to hit a home run with your shopping? Well, look no further than the Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards Program. It's your ticket to win big while you shop. Here's how it works. For every $1 you spend on participating products like Cerno's Ground Chicken and Twisted Tea, you earn Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards points. Redeem your points all season long for game tickets, T-Mobile Park Concert Series tickets, exclusive merch, and more. Accumulate and redeem these Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards points from April 23rd, 2025 through October 1st, 2025. Participating products are identified with Mariners-themed signs and tags throughout the store. Terms and conditions apply. Mariners baseball is in full swing, and it's not too late to come on board as a season ticket member. Consider a flex plan, and you can choose your games and seats as you go, while still enjoying perks like no ticket fees, exclusive pre-sales, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/flex.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Well, everybody on their feet for the 7th inning stretch, singing my favorite song, Take Me Out to the Ball Game. That's Amore by Dean Martin is close second, but I love Take Me Out to the Ball Game. And we're out at the ballpark on this beautiful 4th of July Friday afternoon. The Mariners leading the Pittsburgh Pirates by a score of 4-0. Rick Riz, along with Angie Mentink, Gary Hill Jr., Shannon Dreyer. What an afternoon for the Mariners. 3 home runs, 2 by Cal Raleigh. Now has 35 home runs on the season. It's unbelievable what he's done this year. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
This is Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Take every game with you on the go by downloading the Seattle Sports app.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners.
Mariners 4, Pirates nothing. Bottom of the 7th inning. Braxton Ashcraft on the mound for Pittsburgh. He came on in the bottom of the 6th inning for starter Bailey Falter. Gave up a hit to Randy Rosarena. Sinking soft liner in the left field. And then Randy was thrown out trying to steal. So Ashcraft still out there as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Donovan Solano will lead things off. What an afternoon for the Mariners. Great pitching. Brian Wu. How about Bizzardo in the top of the 7th inning? Works himself out of a jam by striking out the side. And another great day for Cal Raleigh and Randy Rosarena. Mariners 4 hits on the day, 3 home runs. Here's the pitch on the way to Solano, a strike. 0-1.
A friend sent me a fun stat that there have only been 2 catchers, Carlton Fisk and Pudge, in Major League history who have 33 or more home runs, 70 RBI, and stole 9 bases in a season. Cal Raleigh did it before the All-Star break.
How about that? Yeah, it took Pudge, Carlton Fisk Pudge, all year. Here's the pitch on the way, swinging a line drive into right field, coming in, and it's going to drop in front of Brian Reynolds for a base hit. Donovan Solano again, another great job of hitting the ball hard the other way. His bat really has been hot for a long time now, Ange.
His last at bat, he doesn't have anything to show for it, but he hit a screamer to right field, lined out to right field, takes the exact same approach, and this time dumps it in front of Reynolds.
Here's catcher Mitch Garver, 1 on, nobody out. Mariners looking to add on to that 4-0 lead. Not many hits in this game. Here's the pitch on the way to Mitch. A strike on the inside corner, but the Mariner hits this afternoon have been leaving the ballpark, especially that glorious, majestic, towering home run by Cal Raleigh, getting one way back into the upper deck in left field. Now the stretch and the 0-1 to Garver, swinging a foul off the mask of the catcher Joey Bart. Took a pretty good pop, and the count is now 0-2. Mariners also took advantage of an error by Horwitz at first base. Julio reaching safely on an error by Horwitz, and then 2 pitches later, that's when Cal launched one to left field. The look in by Ashcraft, delivers, swing and a miss by Garver, strike 3, and the Mariners have 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Well, for everybody within listening distance, hope you're having a great, safe, happy 4th of July with your family and your friends. It's always so much fun for my brother and I, my mom and dad, every 4th of July. We had a great time either around baseball or my dad, getting out the grill, having a burger, a hot dog, fireworks on the street with our friends and neighbors. Here's the pitch on the way to Dylan Moore, strike 0-1.
Favorite thing in a barbecue on 4th of July to eat? Favorite thing, like
Favorite
one dish?
thing?
Yeah.
A good old burger, good old hamburger. Here's the pitch on the way to Dylan, up high and inside for ball 1, 1 ball and 1 strike. I also love ribs.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Ribs.
Dave Valley has the best rib recipe. He'll take you through it, and he's making a lot of those noises right there when he's telling you all about it.
That's when that's good. When you go to get the. Here's the stretch, and the 1-1 to Moore. Check swing. It's inside for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. But as a kid, my dad would just get that grill out, and you could just smell that burger going in the backyard, and my mom would do all the side dishes, potato salad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Here's the set by Ashcraft, and the 2-1 to Dylan, swinging a line shot in left field deep. Frazier going back. This one is gone. Goodbye baseball. Hey, that's a way to get out of a long slump. Dylan Moore with a rocket line drive, 2-run home run into the Pirate bullpen. Dylan with his 9th home run of the season gets out of an 0-for-31 slump with a firecracker line drive missile home run to left field. Way to go, Dylan Moore. And it's now the Mariners 6 and the Pirates 0. The Mariners' 4th home run of the afternoon here on the 4th of July.
My kids would say it's been a minute since he homered, since May 22nd, but the only way to get yourself out of a slump is keep on swinging.
He's working at it. Here's Ben Williamson, a swing and a ground ball to third, taken by Hayes. Toss across in time to get Ben with a 2nd out of the inning. And I got to give Dylan Moore a lot of credit. It has been a struggle, obviously, when you're in that kind of a slump, but there he was yesterday, long before everybody showed up, working with Edgar Martinez and Kevin Seitzer, Bobby Magallanes, trying to get out of that long slump. And Dylan Moore, that's the way to get out of it with that home run to left field. Here's Cole Young, and he takes a strike, 0-1. You just keep at it, Hinch.
You can't give up.
You're right.
That's not an option. So, I mean, kudos to him for just continuing to work and grind. And you can get real frustrated in this game. But I just really like the fact that that was against a right-handed pitcher this time. We keep seeing him in these situations where, he's facing lefties, but he shows that he can touch one from a righty too.
Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way to Young, and it's low and inside for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. And I guarantee you, the happiest guys in that dugout are Edgar Martinez, Kevin Seitzer, and Bobby Magianis.
Absolutely.
Working with these guys. Baseball is tough. Here's the 2-1 to Cole. Swing and a miss, and the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And even the best hitters going to slumps.
Well, Seitzer says that, and I echo it. It's like he says, I never want to forget how hard this game is. How hard it is to hit a baseball at this level. It's never been harder. Hitting has never been harder than it is right now.
The look in by Ashcraft. And the tall right-hander is 2-2 on the way to Young. Swing and a pop-up behind home plate right over us. Ange and Gary and into the upper deck. 300 level, and count is still even on Young at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I got a good jump on it. Did you see my drop step?
I know.
Back to
drop step. You're right. You're going for it. That a girl. Me? I'm getting out of the way. Learned my lesson in spring training. 2-2. Check swing. Strike 3 called. Cole Young called looking. That's going to retire the side. But the Mariners with 2 more runs. A line drive 2-run home run off the bat of Dylan Moore. The Mariners 4 home runs, accounting for all 6 of their runs this afternoon. We go to the top of the 8th. Home Street Bank score. Mariners 6 and the Pirates nothing.
What effect will tariffs have on your everyday life? Well, quite frankly, conflicting reports make tariffs confusing, and the truth is nobody knows what'll happen next. But there is no confusion about this. Every single new and used vehicle currently at Sunset Ford of Sumner is unaffected by tariffs. No price hikes. And your trade may have increased in value, too. Plus, warranty protection for life and oil changes for life are included with every qualifying vehicle. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
Corona and the Mariners are giving fans the chance to win the ultimate MLB All-Star Week experience. One grand prize winner and a guest will enjoy a 3-day, 2-night trip to Atlanta for MLB All-Star Week, including airfare, hotel, and tickets to the Home Run Derby and All-Star Game. 5 first prize winners will receive 2 tickets to a Mariners home game. Enter now through July 5th at cbisweeps.com/Corona Mariners.
No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents in Alaska, Hawaii, Idaho, Montana, Oregon, and Washington. 21 or older. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer. Imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Cal Raleigh with a home run.
And he's on Seattle Sports Thursday afternoons all season long.
Anytime you can get wins, that's always huge, and it's huge for, a lot later down the road as well.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Michael's Toyota of Bellevue has been a name you can trust for 50 years. And the heart and soul of our success is a team of dedicated folks that make it all possible. A welcoming smile that lets you know we appreciate your visit. A finance staff that finds the best rates, rebates, and offers, making your new car dreams affordable. A sales department that'll match you with a Toyota that fits your life. From the team at Michael's Toyota of Bellevue, for the life you live. ToyotaofBellevue.com.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Well, here we go to the top half of the 8th inning. Home Street Bank score. It's now the Mariners 6 and the Pirates nothing. 4 home runs, accounting for all 6 runs for the Mariners today. Andrew McCutchen leads it off. Here's the pitch on the way. A breaking ball for a strike. 0-1 the count. Trent Thornton now in relief for the Mariners. Pizarro worked a scoreless 7th and ended up striking out the side after he got out of a jam. Thornton ready, delivers, swing a little chopper wide of the mound, off to the third base side, picked up by Thornton, fires the first wide, but it's handled by Solano in time for the out on Andrew McCutchen. Nice play by Thornton, and there's 1 out for the Pirates here in the 8th. And it's called to the bullpen, brought to you by the Sunset Auto Family in Sumner and Auburn. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that. And the fans do like home runs. And they've had them this afternoon. 4 home runs for the Mariners, 2 by Cal Raleigh. Randy Arozarena with an opposite field home run, and Dylan Moore with a home run. Here's Brian Reynolds. He takes ball 1.
Yeah, and Randy going Apo Taco is not something that he does very often. And he did it on a breaking ball. He took the curveball out to right field.
Next off on the way, swinging a high fly ball, straightaway center, shallow, coming in is Julio. He is there, and Kerplunk makes the catch, so 2 outs. Well, Alex Mayer of the Mariners Baseball Information Department comes up with a lot of great fun facts, and Cal Raleigh keeps him busy. Cal Raleigh 2 home runs, so another game with a multi-home run game for Cal Raleigh. Reggie Jackson had the most multi-home run games in a team's first 88 games of a season. Reggie had 8 multi-home run games. Here's the pitch on the way to Nick Gonzalez. It misses for ball 1. Well, that was Cal Raleigh's 7th multi-home run game this year, one behind Reggie Jackson, who did it back in 1969 in his first 88 games of the year. Next offer, swinging a one-hopper to the second baseman. And Cole Young up with the ball, fires the first in time to get Gonzalez. That will retire the side, and a great job in relief by Trent Thornton. A great job by everybody who's taken the mound for the Mariners this afternoon. Why? Well, we go to the bottom of the 8th. Home Street Bank score, the Mariners 6 and the Pirates nothing. What's better than a zero-turn mower? 0% financing for up to 60 months on your entire purchase. Rick Riz here for STIHL, the preferred handheld outdoor power equipment provider of the Seattle Mariners. Take advantage of STIHL's 0% financing and up to $1,000 in instant rebates on select zero-turn mowers. Get a comfortable ride and a perfect cut with STIHL's American-made mowers. Start easier, work smarter, and finish faster with STIHL. Find your local STIHL dealer at stihldealers.com.
Get ready to rock with Bret Michaels at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Thursday night, July 10th. Rock and roll rebel Bret Michaels. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Bret Michaels rocks your world, July 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help, call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Cheering in the stands works up quite the appetite. So when you spend $50 on quality gas at Arco, bring your receipt to T-Mobile Park Guest Services, and you'll get a $10 concessions gift card. Get pumped, eat well, and never go home hungry. Now that's something to cheer about. Take the win with quality top-tier gas for less at Arco. Savings based on independent retail price survey. Promotion valid through July 31st, 2025, while supplies last.
Whether you're celebrating a graduation or gathering with family and friends, a Mariner Suite is the perfect place to host your crew this summer. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP entry and parking, and more. Book today at mariners.com/suites.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
J.P. Crawford leading off the bottom of the 8th inning. The pitch from Braxton Ashcraft is going to be outside for ball 1. Our Home Street Bank score. It's the Mariners 6 and the Pirates nothing. Next offer on the way to Crawford. A strike this time, and the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Mariners 4 home runs on the day, 2 by Cal Raleigh. Historic home runs. Now the 1-1 swinging a chopper fouled away at the first base side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We told you that Cal's 2 home run day today, 7th multi-home run game of the season. By his 80th game, that's number 2 all time in baseball history behind Reggie Jackson, who had 8 multi-home run games in his first 88 games of the year. Now listen to the guys he's tied with 7. Here's a swing and a fly ball straight away right field shallow, and it's going to drop in front of Reynolds for a base hit. J.P. Crawford with a leadoff single here in the bottom of the 8th inning, one of the few non-home run hits by the Mariners today.
Well, he stung one into right field and lined out to right, and this one he just dumps into right field. See, the baseball gods, they give it and they take it.
They really do, don't they, during the course of a season? Mariners have 7 hits, 4 have left the park. Here's Julio Rodriguez. The stretch by Ashcraft delivers, and it's low and outside for ball 1. But Cal Raleigh is now tied for 7 multi-home run games by his team's 88th game of the year. Reggie Jackson with 8. But the guys with 7, listen to this list. Along with Cal, Babe Ruth, Jimmy Fox. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Fly ball right field. Fairly deep. Going back, Reynolds near the warning track. He's there. Waits underneath it, and he makes the catch. 1 on and 1 away for the Mariners here in the bottom of the 8th. And 2 others. Luis Gonzalez, who did it his great year back in 2001, and Albert Pujols. So Cal's tied for the 2nd most multi-home run games with Babe Ruth, Jimmy Fox, Luis Gonzalez, and Albert Pujols.
I just want to remind everyone, and Cal's a catcher.
He's a catcher.
And he's a catcher. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
And here he is.
Absurd.
Cal Raleigh. Can he do it again? Pitch on the way. Swinging a fly ball into shallow left center field. Racing in is Frazier. And Adam Frazier, the left fielder, is there, and he makes the catch for the 2nd out of the inning. And we're so used and accustomed to this guy hitting the ball out of the ballpark. We got all excited. Can he do it again for number 3? But he got underneath it, popped it up. But he homered in the 1st His 34th homer to get in the 6th inning, his 35th, matching Ken Griffey Jr. for the most home runs by a Mariner prior to the break. But we're still about 10 days away before the All-Star break. Here's Randy Arozarena with a big afternoon, a single and a home run. Pitch on the way. He's walking out of the batter's box, which he does occasionally, and he takes low and outside for ball 1. Did you ever do that?
No, that is the craziest thing I've ever seen in baseball. And I've had a whole long conversation with him about it.
Swinging a broken bat, ground ball to short, charging the shortstop, kind of for left, but he's got it, pops it over to the second baseman, Gonzalez, for the force there on J.P. Crawford, and that will retire the side. We go to the top of the 9th inning. Last try for the Pirates. Home Street Bank score. The Mariners 6 and the Pirates nothing.
Power up your summer fun with Toyota's Power of Choice. Now through August 4th, get 1.99 APR financing on a new 25-ton truck. Excludes TRD Pro. Or you can lease a new 25 Tacoma SR5 double cab for just $299 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Even the guys that if you look at their average and go, ugh, look at the on base. This team has been outstanding at working the pitcher, at taking walks.
On Seattle Sports, download the Seattle Sports app.
$195 million. Global Credit Union members saved $195 million last year through lower fees and better interest rates. At Global, member service is our highest priority. 27 branches throughout Washington, an easy-to-use mobile app, and access to a member service rep wherever you are and whenever you need help. 24/7, 365 days a year. Learn more at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partners of Seattle Mariners Radio.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Home Street Bank score, Mariners 6, Pirates nothing. We go to the top of the 9th inning, last try for Pittsburgh. Time now for the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Pen Report. The Mariners have used Bozzardo and Trent Thornton looking for his second inning of relief. He had a 1-2-3-8. That's the Pen Report, brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and the best in the Northwest. Here's O'Neill Cruz to lead off the top of the 9th inning. The stretch by Thornton delivers, and it's going to be outside for ball 1. One of the big stories in this ball game, Brian Wu, 6 scoreless innings, walked 2 and he struck out 8, including his 100th strikeout of the season when he fanned Joey Bart back in the 2nd. Here's the pitch on the way, a strike, and the count is even on Cruz. 1 ball and 1 strike. The only pitchers in the big leagues this year with a sub-3 ERA, 100 or more strikeouts, and fewer than 20 walks this season are Brian Wu and Tarek Skubal. Here's the pitch on the way, misses ball 2, 2-1 the count on Cruz. Skubal with a 2.15 ERA, Brian Wu with a 2.77 ERA. Brian now with 104 strikeouts. Here's the pitch, swung on, popped up, left center field. Julio over, calling for it is Randy, and Julio says, I want it, and Julio makes the catch. And the Pirates have 1 out here in the top of the 9th inning. So that's some kind of fancy pitching for Brian Wu.
He has just been so incredibly consistent. I hope that he ends up joining Cal Raleigh at the Midsummer Classic. I don't know if he wants the days off. He doesn't deserve them, meaning he deserves to be there. Yeah.
He is pitching like an all-star. He should be an all-star this year. Brian Wu. Here's Brian Hayes swinging, pops it up right side of the infield. Solano and Young calling for it, and Solano is there at the edge of the outfield grass, and Solano makes the catch. So quickly 2 outs for the Pirates here in the top of the 9th inning. All Mariners on this 4th of July Friday afternoon. They have been treated to some fireworks during the game. We had the big fireworks show last night. We had a big fireworks show during the game today. Cal Raleigh with 2 home runs, Randy Arozarena with a home run, and Dylan Moore with a line shot home run. Here's Adam Frazier, the former Mariner. Thornton looking for the final out, delivers down low For ball one, everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park. What a way to start off this 3-game weekend series against the Pirates. The look in by Thornton, and the right-hander's 1-0 pitch swung on, ground ball foul by the Mariners first base dugout, and the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. So you talk about a complete ball game. Great pitching, the big-time home runs, and some great defense by Randy Arozarena in left field. Here's the pitch of the way, swinging a line shot right field. That's in there for a base hit. Up the ball is Dillon, gets a throw in. So Frazier with a hit for the Pirates with 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning. And that'll bring up catcher Joey Bart. But it's always nice when you see Ange a complete ball game with everything working at the same time.
Yeah, the defense looked really good behind Wu and Bizzardo and now Thornton today. And you mentioned the offense finally getting going. It was good to see them leave the yard so many times today.
There was the runner, pitch on the way to Bart, a strike, no throw down to second base. Frazier in at second. And the count is 0-1 on Bart.
Yeah, this was the 17th game this season where they've had 3 or more home runs. To put that in perspective, they only had 15 such games all of last year.
Next offer on the way, fastball, a swing and a miss, and the count is 0-2 on Bart. Trent Thornton trying to get that final out, the 27th out here in the top half of the 9th inning. Mariners looking for a combined shutout win. Pirates with 5 hits on the day. Here's the stretch, and the 0-2 on the way, and it's outside for ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The oohs and ahs from the big crowd on this Friday afternoon. 4th of July baseball. Man, it's been a dandy today against Pittsburgh. They came in a hot ball club, winning 6 in a row and 8 of 10. Thornton ready, and the 1-2 on the way to Joey Bart. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the ball game is over. The Mariners blank the Pirates 6-0. A combined 5-hit shutout for Brian Wu, Eduard Bizzardo, and Trent Thornton. And the Mariners take the opening game of this 3-game series 6-0. And you talk about fireworks on the 4th of July. Cal Raleigh with a home run in the first, his 34th of the season, matching his entire total from last year. And another home run for the Big Dumper in the 6th inning, matching Ken Griffey's total of 35 home runs before the All-Star break, more than any Mariner in history. Then Randy Arozarena with his 13th home run of the year. He now has hit 5 home runs in his last 7 games, and Dylan Moore breaks out of a long slump. That's great to see with that line drive home run to left, his 9th home run of the season. 4 home runs for the Mariners, and the Mariners shut out the Pirates. A final score of 6-0. What a way to celebrate Independence Day.
Well, it was the Pirates who had been shutting out teams. They had come into this one with 3 straight shutouts. It's the Mariners that turned the table on them. The pitching was just so good today. We talked about Wu and his ability to go 6 or more innings. Clayton Kershaw is the last pitcher to start a season with a longer streak of going 6+ than Brian Wu right now.
Talking about, of course, a future Hall of Famer right there in Clayton Kershaw, but Brian Wu is absolutely outstanding. 6 scoreless innings, gave up only 3 hits, walked only 2, and he struck out 8. And he does his thing again, going deep into a game time and time again. Let's go down to the field, and Shannon Dreyer. Shannon.
All right, guys, I'm down here with Randy Arozarena. Randy, this win, good pitching, good defense, great power. What did you like about this win?
Randy, obviamente esta victoria, ¿no? Buenos lanzadores, mucho poder, buena defensa. ¿Qué te gustó a ti más de esta victoria?
No, como estamos jugando como equipo en general, estamos haciendo un gran trabajo, la ofensiva está produciendo, el picheo relevo también, la defensa, así que estamos jugando muy buena pelota, esperemos seguir así. Creo que el ánimo que tiene el equipo es muy bueno y eso es muy bueno para lograr victoria.
Yeah, I think it's just overall how this team just performing. I mean, I feel like the offense has been producing. The starters have been playing well. The relievers come off the bench and, do their work. So I think, everything collectively that the team's been doing right now. And I think everybody's vibes are just up right now. And this team is, is rolling.
You helped get this game off to a good start and set a tone. That catch in the first inning. How much did you think you would be able to make that play?
Tú pensaste que comenzaste no ver el juego y diste un buen como ánimo no al juego comenzando con esa atrapada que hiciste no en la primera entrada. ¿Qué tanto pensaste tú que le ibas a atrapar?
Bueno, fue una gran atrapada. Ya hice un buen sprint, entonces gracias a Dios pude salvar 2 carreras en este primer inning que pudimos mantener el score en 0 y eso nos ayudó también para producir para la parte ofensiva con buen ánimo.
Yeah, I think, it was definitely a great catch. I definitely had I made a good sprint towards it. I was able to catch that, save probably maybe 2 runs. We were there in the first inning, bases loaded. So I think, that definitely kind of was a turning point that helped, the offensive side get them fired up a little bit.
Tell them good style points, too.
Y que buenos puntos también por estilo.
¿Cómo?
Buenos puntos por estilo también.
Sí, gracias.
Hey, you hit home run number 100, and you have not stopped hitting home runs since. Did that unlock something for you, or did you unlock something before home run 100?
Tiraste tú el home run o te conectaste con el home run 100 y desde entonces no has parado. ¿Desbloqueaste algo después del home run o tú averiguaste algo con más poder?
No, ese home run número 100 estaba buscándolo hacía mucho, no había aparecido un mes sin dar un home run, pero eso fue un número mágico, ¿no? Dar el 100 se demoró, pero gracias a Dios están saliendo y espero seguir así, producir para el equipo y eso es lo que me hace sentir bien.
No, I felt like I was looking for number 100 for about a month now. It finally came, and then everything's coming after. So, I don't know if it blocked anything, but we're just producing right now, helping the offense, and, hopefully we can keep it going.
Lastly, you have talked about, you're all about the playoffs. You go to the playoffs every year. That's what you want. What do you want to see between now and the All-Star break from this team to help your cause?
Tú has hablado mucho, ¿no?, de los playoffs, que te gusta estar en los playoffs. ¿Qué es lo que tú quieres ver de ti mismo, de este equipo, comenzando del All-Star break a terminar la temporada?
No, como estamos jugando con un buen ánimo, estamos jugando unidos, las cosas están saliendo bien, esa energía que nosotros nos damos, la afición que siga así apoyándonos, que igual los playoffs es muy bonito y estamos más cerca de la meta siempre al final cuando uno juega los playoffs, que ese es el objetivo, clasificar para poder seguir avanzando hasta llegar a la Serie Mundial. Pero el equipo se encuentra muy bien, eso es lo que quiero que estemos unidos así todos los partidos.
Yeah, just continue the way we're going. I mean, I think the team is doing well. We got some positive vibes as we're producing. I think, the playoffs are a wonderful thing. I've been there. Obviously, every game that comes, we're getting closer to it. But I think, this team has everything to get in there as long as, we continue this great vibes and the great, things that we keep doing on the field.
Randy, thank you. Great game.
Welcome.
Freddie, thank you. Great game.
Thank you.
Oh, Shannon.
I'll send that back to you guys.
Great job, Shannon. Thank you very much. Randy Rosareno with Freddie Ioannis from our Baseball Information Office doing the interpreting for Randy. What an afternoon for Randy and Cal Raleigh and Dylan Moore and the Mariners and Brian Wu and the bullpen. What I'm saying is it was a great ball game this afternoon to celebrate Independence Day. The Mariners shutting out the Pirates by a score of 6-0. Cal Raleigh with more history. Seems like another day, another game, and more historical moments for Cal Raleigh. He's been amazing. We'll be back and have the happy totals and a whole lot more after this timeout.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence, and your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. Please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
WSECU is proud to be one of Washington's best credit unions. As a cooperative, we're member-owned and love our great state as much as you do. From the Pacific Coast to the rolling hills of the Palouse, we make each other stronger every day. So let's join forces. Let's level the playing field. Let's give back and swing for the fences. Stop by, say hi. We are WSECU. Let's credit union.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here asking you to say yes to donating to ImmunoHeroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kidkind.
hundreds of beautiful rooms and suites, rooftop dining at Smoke and Cedar, and the best gaming in the Northwest. All waiting for you at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Well, Mariners take game one of the series against the Pirates in a big way. 6-0 the final score. Cal Raleigh, 2 home runs. Mariners played a lot of long ball. Randy a homer. Dylan Moore a home run. And you just, now that we've crossed over the halfway, not the All-Star break, but the halfway part of the season, you really do wonder, where is the final number for Cal going to be? He set his career high today in July, like early July. Where's this final number? What are we talking about here?
Gary,
what's it going to be?
At the start of the year, I said 45, and I think we were kind of around that number, but that's going to be way low. Because right now he's at 35 home runs with about, 9 or 10 days to go before the All-Star game. So if he stays consistent, and the other key, Gary and Ange, is if he gets pitched to. You know, he's going to get to a point where he's going to get maybe one pitch and at bat to hit out of the ballpark. And with what we're watching, you know, he's going to be able to do that. So I'm looking at 60, maybe.
Oh, my goodness.
I think that would be amazing.
Wow.
Yes, that would be incredible. I mean, just the fact that if he's able to make it to the 50 home run threshold as a catcher, I mean, that would just be absolutely incredible. The thing that I really like, and he is always talking about it, I'm talking about Cal, is that he is making sure that he's on time for the heater. He talks about it all the time, making sure I'm on time for the heater, and he does it again today. Both those home runs on the fastball. He's got 23 home runs on the fastball so far this season. That leads baseball.
It's funny, too, because for 2 games, for mortal, that happens all the time. But, you know, he's struggled the last 2 games coming in, but, boy, he's just wiped that away so quickly. And it's such a reminder that he just hasn't – it's been all season. He's been so consistent. The dips for him have been so few, so far between. It's just incredible. I mean, that's how you end up with numbers like this. But
he's talked about this. He's talked about his ability this year and how incredibly important it is to compartmentalize. Because you think about the last week, Gary, and everything that's gone on with the All-Star voting. He's been just, you know, forced to be a media darling everywhere. And he's Cal Raleigh. He's just a delight. So he said no to nothing. And, you know, he's done all of this stuff. They got the big dumping or trucking company across the street. He said it's been embarrassing seeing his face everywhere. But I just think with everything that was going on, he was just a little bit fatigued, and then all of a sudden, like you said, Gary, you know, he comes out of that, boom, is able to reset, and you see 2 home runs today.
And he's doing it, the power from both sides of the plate. And switch hitters, you know, sometimes they're really good from their natural side, maybe not that great from the other side, but 21 home runs left-handed, now 14 home runs from the right side of the plate. So he's averaging, and we looked it up not too long ago, he's averaging the same amount of home runs, 1 home run about every 9 at-bats from against righties and lefties. That's amazing.
Great day for the Mariners. 6-0. They beat the Pirates. We'll come back. We got more to come right after this on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Seattle Sports is your exclusive home for Mariners baseball. Every strikeout.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
Every home run.
Blasted out to right field. An absolute take by Luke Raley to the second deck.
Every Mariners win.
The ball game is over. The Mariners with a colossal comeback here in the Bronx.
Stream every game at seattlesports.com or on the Seattle Sports app. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
For the professional, it's not enough to just possess knowledge. That's why at GMC, we seek to refine it, to wield its power, to redefine its boundaries while pushing the limits. And we put this knowledge to the test in every GMC Sierra by engineering each one to outperform your expectations, so you know you're getting precision and durability when you need it most. And that's what makes the GMC Sierra the truck worth knowing. We are professional grade. See your Northwest GMC dealer.
Corona and the Mariners are giving fans the chance to win the ultimate MLB All-Star Week Week experience. One grand prize winner and a guest will enjoy a 3-day, 2-night trip to Atlanta for MLB All-Star Week, including airfare, hotel, and tickets to the Home Run Derby and All-Star Game. 5 first prize winners will receive 2 tickets to a Mariners home game. Enter now through July 5th at cbisweeps.com/Corona Mariners.
No purchase necessary. Open to legal U.S. residents in Alaska, Hawaii, Idaho, Montana, Oregon, and Washington. 21 or older. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer. Imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, M's fans. Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. Cressy Door has been servicing homes and commercial buildings since 1952. If you need garage doors for your home or building, make sure to call Cressy Door.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Mariners win 6-0. They beat the Pirates 6 runs, 7 hits Mariners. No runs, 5 hits for the Pirates. Brian Wu was excellent for the Mariners in this one. He went 6 innings, 3 hits, scoreless, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. He's just been automatic, giving the Mariners at least 6 every time out. Bizarro Thornton finished off the shutout for the Mariners. On the offensive side, Cal Raleigh, big damage again. 2 homers, drives in 35 homers on the season. He's tied with Ken Griffey Jr. for the most before the All-Star break in Mariners history. And he's got some games left to pass Griffey before the first half comes to an end. A home run also for Dylan Moore, which was great to see. It's been a big struggle for Dylan. He knocked his 9th out of the season. And Arozarena, number 13, he's on a home run binge as well. He had a couple hits as the Mariners play long ball, and they take the first game of this series over Pittsburgh. 6-0 the final score. We'll come back. We'll take a look at the matchup coming up tomorrow as the Mariners look for a series win. We'll do that right after this.
Are you ready to hit a home run with your shopping? Well, look no further than the Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards Program. It's your ticket to win big while you shop. Here's how it works. For every $1 you spend on participating products like Hempler's Bacon and Sun Cruiser, you earn Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards points. Redeem your points all season long for game tickets, T-Mobile Park Concert Series tickets, exclusive merch, and more. Accumulate and redeem these Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards points from April 23rd, 2025 through October 1st, 2025. Participating products are identified with Mariners-themed signs and tags throughout the store. Terms and conditions apply.
Add Home Street Bank to your lineup card this season. Whether you're starting a family, buying a home, or nurturing a growing business, they'll help you navigate life's biggest milestones. And they've been doing it with a smile for over 100 years. Look no further than Home Street Bank for all of your home loan, personal, and business banking needs. Go to homestreet.com/team. Again, that's homestreet.com/team. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, all loans subject to approval.
Whatever temperatures this summer brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training, and skills are backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. So whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new cooling system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. For a dealer near you, visit BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Cheering in the stands works up quite the appetite. So when you spend $50 on quality gas at Arco, bring your receipt to T-Mobile Park Guest Services, and you'll get a $10 concessions gift card. Get pumped, eat well, and never go home hungry. Now that's something to cheer about. Take the win with quality top-tier gas for less at Arco. Savings based on independent retail price survey. Promotion valid through July 31st, 2025, while supplies last.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, I'm Rick Riz. It's time to honor another Teacher of the Week with a $500 classroom grant, courtesy of your local credit union, WSECU.
This week's Teacher of the Week is John Aguilar from Arlington High School. Congratulations, and thank you to WSECU for honoring this year's Teacher of the Week recipients.
Great teachers truly inspire. To see this year's Teachers of the Week, visit mynorthwest.com/teacher.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Here's the windup and the pitch.
What if Alaska Air could take you further, like all the way to Asia?
Swing and a hit. This ball's flying out of the park, folks.
Now that Hawaiian has joined Alaska, there's even more of the globe you can explore. Now you can fly nonstop from Seattle to Tokyo and Seoul. So start booking some vacation days and fly from our home field to the world. Book now at alaskaair.com.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Mariners win 6-0. They beat the Pirates. Mariners are ready to celebrate Ichiro's Hall of Fame induction at T-Mobile Park this August. The fun gets started with a 3-game Ichiro Funko Pop giveaway August 5th through the 7th against the White Sox. Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro. 6-0 the final. Mariners will look for a series win tomorrow. It's a 7:10 first pitch here from T-Mobile Park. Luis Castillo will take the ball for the Mariners. Castillo, his last time out against Texas, pitched really well. Just 1 earned run allowed in 6 innings of work. Rookie Mike Burrows on the other side. He's pitched in 8 games this year, 7 starts. A little rocky last time out against the Mets into the 5th inning. Allowed 1 earned run, so we'll see if the Mariners can fire off a few fireworks again the day after the 4th of July. And there's certainly plenty in this one as the Mariners beat the Pirates 6-0. We got the postgame show coming your way next with Shannon Dreyer, and a lot to get to as the Mariners take the first game of this series. We'll come back with the postgame show coming your way right after this.
Play-by-play coverage of Seattle Mariners baseball has been brought to you by Global Credit Union.
A wicked slider by Munoz. He punches him out, and that is the ball game.
Sunset Auto Family in Sumner and Auburn.
Now the pitch to Cal. Swinging a well-hit ball. Deep to left field, down the line, and goodbye baseball. Into the second level. Holy smokes, Cal Raleigh.
Your local Bryant Heating and Cooling dealer.
It is hammered. It is in the seats. Randy Arozarena.
Stay tuned. Mariners postgame is next.
At Fred Meyer, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix, guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. And you never compromise your appetite with our golden brown bread that's baked fresh in store. And you never compromise your wallet with our lower prices. Hand it to Fred Meyer shoppers. You never compromise. Fred Meyer. Fresh for everyone.
Hey Mariners fans, KeyBank will meet you in the I want the best seat in the house moment. KeyBank is teaming up with the Mariners to bring you the Super Seats Moment Sweepstakes, where you could win Diamond Club seats to an upcoming Mariners game and a chance at $5,000, in addition to other team merchandise and prizes. Visit any Washington State KeyBank branch today to learn more and to enter. Limit 1 entry per person, must be 18 years or older. KeyBank is a proud partner of the Seattle Mariners. KeyBank member FDIC.
When it comes to pitching, walks aren't great. When it comes to steel, walk-behind mowers are. Rick Riz here, and whether it's a gas or battery walk-behind mower, it's a steal of a deal with Steel. Get a free battery with the purchase of a set, a unit, battery, and charger. Or save up to $120 on gas walk-behind mowers. Get a perfect cut with Steel's American-made mowers. Steel, trusted by me, trusted by the Mariners. Start easier, work smarter, and finish faster with Steel. Find your local Steel dealer at steeldealers.com.
Baseball fans, it's time to step up to a plate of the finest steaks and seafood at Smokin' Cedar. Enjoy sweeping views from Mount Rainier to Seattle from our heated terrace. The best gaming, dining, hotel, pool, and spa is all at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. The biggest and best in the Northwest.
Muckleshoot. Mariners postgame.
Going, goodbye baseball.
Mariners postgame is presented by Alaska Airlines, Fred Meyer, and Global Credit Union.
Julio going back to the 1-2 track to the wall, leaps up, and he makes the catch again.
Mariners postgame starts now.
It's the Mariners postgame show. Welcome to it as the Mariners beat the Pirates here on the 4th of July. 6-0 the final score. A lot of long balls today for the Mariners. Shannon Dreyer will be with you shortly. In the meantime, we've got the highlights for you. And I think we're going to start with Cal. In the first inning, Cal did not waste any time going deep, number 34 on the season.
The pitch. Swing and a well-hit ball deep to left field. Holy smokes, what a firecracker. Upper deck, way back into the upper deck in left field. Number 34 for the big dumper. He ties and matches his season record from last year with number 34. And it gives the Mariners a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. And that was a cannon shot way back into the upper deck and left. Cal Raleigh with RBIs, 72 and 73 to go with home run number 34. What a year for the big dumper.
Number 34 for Cal. We're talking about career highs on the 4th of July. That's what we're talking about. So he got the Mariners off and running. Wu was excellent. He was just hanging zeros. Then the Mariners get another long ball. Randy Arozarena in the 4th inning.
Next offer swung on, well hit ball deep to right field. Down the line, going and going, stay fair. It does. Goodbye baseball. Randy Arozarena going the other way down the right field line for his 13th home run of the season. He is home run happy, Randy Arozarena. Holy smokes, he's on a tear, and the Mariners now lead the Pirates by a score of 3-0 using the long ball. Cal, a 2-run home run, and now Randy Arozarena, arms across his chest, pointed to the crowd behind the Mariners' first base dugout. Wow.
Mariners doing the big things into the 6th inning. Only 2 hits, but they were home runs. So they had a 3-0 lead thanks to Brian Wu, who was making a stand. It was just great in this one. We go to the 6th. Cal Raleigh batting again with 2 outs, and could he do it again? Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit high, hit deep, left field. Has he done it again? It is into the bullpen. Cal Raleigh has done it again. Number 35 on the season. He ties Ken Griffey Jr. with the most ever before the All-Star break in Seattle Mariners history. Cal Raleigh is a sensation. He is unbelievable. He is indescribable. And he hits home runs every single day. He hoists the trident as T-Mobile Park celebrates the greatness of Cal Raleigh. Number 35, tied with Ken Griffey Jr. as records continue to fall for Cal. The Mariners extend the lead with the home run there. The Mariners weren't done. Another 2-run blast by Dylan Moore in the 7th.
Here's the set by Ashcraft and the 2-1 to Dylan. Swinging a line shot in left field deep. Frazier going back. This one is gone. Goodbye baseball. Hey, that's a way to get out of a long slump. Dylan Moore with a rocket line drive. 2-run home run into the Pirate bullpen. Dylan with his 9th home run of the season gets out of an 0-for-31 slump with a firecracker line drive missile home run to left field. Way to go, Dylan Moore. And it's now the Mariners 6 and the Pirates nothing. The Mariners' 4th home run of the afternoon here in the 4th of July.
That was great to see. Mariners playing long ball today. 6-0 the final. Mariners beat the Pirates to take the first game of this series. We got more post-game show coming your way with Shannon right after this on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
For the professional, it's not enough to just possess knowledge. That's why at GMC, we seek to refine it, to wield its power, to redefine its boundaries while pushing the limits. And we put this knowledge to the test in every GMC Sierra by engineering each one to outperform your expectations, so you know you're getting precision and durability when you need it most. And that's what makes the GMC Sierra the truck worth knowing. We are professional grade. See your Northwest GMC dealer.
Cheering in the stands works up quite the appetite. So when you spend $50 on quality gas at Arco, bring your receipt to T-Mobile Park Guest Services, and you'll get a $10 concessions gift card. Get pumped, eat well, and never go home hungry. Now that's something to cheer about. Take the win with quality top-tier gas for less at Arco. Savings based on independent retail price survey. Promotion valid through July 31st, 2025, while supplies last.
Get ready to rock with Bret Michaels at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Thursday night, July 10th. Rock and roll rebel Bret Michaels. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. The Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Are you ready to hit a home run with your shopping? Well, look no further than the Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards Program. It's your ticket to win big while you shop. Here's how it works. For every $1 you spend on participating products like Cerno's ground chicken and Twisted Tea, you earn Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards points. Redeem your points all season long for game tickets, T-Mobile Park Concert Series tickets, exclusive merch, and more. Accumulate and redeem these Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards points from April 23rd, 2025 through October 1st, 2025. Participating products are identified with Mariners-themed signs and tags throughout the store. Terms and conditions apply.
Looking to take your business to the next level? With Home Street Bank's flexible business banking solutions and high-touch relationships, you can swing for the fences with confidence. Learn more at homestreet.com/homerun. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, all loans subject to approval.
Looking for high-quality assisted living that won't drain your life savings? At Care Partners Living, we offer compassionate care at a price that helps stretch and preserve your estate. No unnecessary luxury, just the support you need with dignity and heart. And if you ever need to convert to Medicaid, you don't have to move. With communities across Washington and Arizona, including new locations in Port Orchard, Sumner, Linwood, and North Creek Bothell, there's a Care Partners community near you. Care Partners Living, compassionate care and peace of mind. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going and going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
4th of July weekend is here, and the Mariners are celebrating with a great slate of special events as they take on the Pirates. Don't miss J.P. Crawford basketball jersey night tomorrow at 7:10 and Kids Run the Bases Sunday at 1:10. Lock in your seats at mariners.com/tickets and enjoy your holiday weekend at T-Mobile Park. Whatever temperatures this summer brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training, and skills are backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. So whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new cooling system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. For a dealer near you, visit BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
The pitch. Swing and a well-hit ball deep to left field. Holy smokes, what a firecracker. Upper deck, way back into the upper deck in left field. Number 34 for the big dumper. He ties and matches his season record from last year with number 34. And it gives the Mariners a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. And that was a cannon shot way back into the upper deck and left. Cal Raleigh with RBIs, 72 and 73 to go with home run number 34. What a year for the big dumper.
You wanted fireworks today? Hey, we got you fireworks. Shannon Dreyer coming to you from the Western Washington Toyota broadcast booth, where we watched the Mariners turn around after what was a really rough game yesterday and just blow the doors off of the joint. It was spectacular watching what they were able to do on the power end of things, but then throw in the pitching, and we saw some great defensive plays as well. This was a very, very good team victory, and it sets a tone, hopefully, for the rest of the series. A series that we thought might be a little bit tough coming in because the Pirates came in red hot, having swept the Mets and the Cardinals. But they are the ones with the goose egg next to their name on the score sheet today as the Mariners come away with the 6-0 win. Cal Raleigh, you know, we keep saying, we don't know what to say anymore because we're having to say things every day. I think rather than say things, I think the biggest thing that you could do right now is if you know anybody who has any inkling of appreciation, love of this game, make sure they're watching. Make sure they're listening. if they can come to the park for a game and have the opportunity to perhaps see him hit a home run, do it. Because this is beyond special. Don't take this for granted. It's when you see him set the milestones that he is setting with the names that are next to him right now. He's alongside Ken Griffey Jr., which I just can't fathom. Not sure he can fathom either right now, but he will someday for sure. This does not come around very often, and I can throw in there, since we've known him since he hit the big leagues, do a show with him every week. Just an incredible person to boot. He's somebody that you want to cheer for, should cheer for, and if he was just average this year, we'd still be thrilled to have him and talk about him. But this is something different level, and it has been so fun to just kind of stop everything and watch him step up to the plate. And I really liken it to, some of Felix's primes. When his starts were, you can't miss baseball. If you can't be there, you're listening, you're watching, you're tuning in one way or another. That's what Cal's at-bats have been like. And the consistency is absolutely remarkable. And the fact that he does everything else that he does, it has been a great ride that he has taken us on, and I really it'll be something to watch where it goes. And when you have a game like today where there were so many contributors, that much better. Mariners did what they needed to do off of a rough outing yesterday with rough series, tough series coming up, and on a holiday, and on a day game after a night game. They showed you a little something which I think can kind of maybe perhaps validate you raising your expectations for what we see from this group. And today, 0 complaints. Let's go ahead and throw it to the skipper and hear about what he saw.
We talked prior to the game about bouncing back, and boy, did they ever bounce back today. 4 homers, huge for us, giving us a big lift offensively. Cal continuing, just the consistency of him driving the ball. And that first one was about as far as I've seen a ball hit in this ballpark. Really crushed it. Randy going the other way on another home run, which is, that's a great sign. He continues to drive the ball to the opposite field. And then Demo, really getting a pitch that he could handle, and that line drive homer obviously gave us a huge lift. And then Brian Wu on the other side, incredible ball game for him again. Getting us through 6. I thought early on, couple of jams that the bases loaded, 1 out after the error, or not the error, but the misplay at second. For him to buckle down there and keep the game 2-0.
We now return to regularly scheduled programming on KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM. Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Massive spending and tax bill signed into law.
We just picked up the pen.
A phone call between President Trump and Ukraine's leader.
The two leaders discussed air defenses.
After torrential rain and flooding in Texas,
20 children are currently missing.
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition. I'm Jennifer Kuiper. At a White House ceremony today.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Good.
That's the gavel used by House Speaker Johnson yesterday to announce the tax and spending bill passed and given to President Trump as he signed into law what he calls one big, beautiful bill. Among those the president invited to the White House, the B-2 pilots who flew in the Iranian nuclear site's bombing mission. Russia launches a massive air attack on Ukraine, over 500 drones and missiles, the largest since that war started. CBS's Erica Brown reports President Trump has spoken to Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky.
In a social media post Friday, Zelensky said the two leaders discussed air defenses and agreed to work together to protect Ukraine's skies.
Torrential rainfall in central Kerr County, Texas, causes severe flash flooding. At least 6 people have died, and Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says they don't know where several members of a girls' camp are.
Right now, there are 20-some that aren't accounted for. That does not mean they've been lost. They could be in a tree. They could be out of communication. We're praying for all of those missing to be found alive.
The area received months' worth of rain in just a few hours overnight. In central California, the Madre fire has scorched over 70,000 acres, the largest wildfire in that state this year. Kern County, some 100 miles north of Los Angeles, is experiencing various levels of evacuations. Cal Fire officials say the Madre fire is 10% contained, and they are not yet aware of any injuries or damage. Hamas says it has given a positive response to the latest ceasefire proposal in Gaza, but it's not clear if Hamas's statement meant that it had accepted the proposal from President Trump for a 60-day ceasefire. CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd reports.
If this deal goes through, you would see a 60-day ceasefire and then staged intervals of releases of hostages for Palestinian prisoners and for the withdrawal of Israeli defense forces from certain parts of Gaza and aid entering the territories as well.
Nathan's Famous holds its annual International Hot Dog Eating Contest in Brooklyn's Coney Island. CBS's Bradley Blackburn was there.
Put down your hot dogs!
Joey Chestnut is top dog once again. The world's greatest eater down 70 and a half hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes.
It's the 17th mustard belt for Chestnut. Now this.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
I'm Tom Brock. Deputies arrested a 33-year-old Marysville man this week for allegedly driving drunk and T-boning another car with 2 kids inside. KIRO 7 News reports officers tried to pull him over Tuesday night, but he took off. They say the suspect drove toward Alderwood Mall and broadsided a car with 5 people inside, including 2 kids. They were taken to a hospital to be checked out. The 33-year-old driver faces charges of DUI and reckless endangerment. On this Independence Day holiday weekend, 500 people became brand new citizens of the United States at the Seattle Center's 40th annual naturalization ceremony. The public looked on as candidates from countries all over the world were sworn in by the Chief United States District Judge for Western Washington's District Court. If you were planning to go to this weekend's 2025 Rubik's Cube Association World Championship at the Seattle Convention Center, you're probably out of luck. Spectator tickets for the event have completely sold out. This year, 2,000 people from 74 countries registered to compete. The event sold 4,500 spectator tickets. The Seattle Times reports the current world record in the 3x3x3-inch cube category is held by 10-year-old Zhuanyi Geng, who did it in 3.05 seconds. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, mostly cloudy skies, an overnight low near 55 degrees. Saturday, partly cloudy with 73 degrees. Sunday, sunshine and 78. Monday and Tuesday, highs expected in the mid-80s. I'm Tom Brock, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
The Independence Day Special from CBS, presented by New Nordic.
This is the Independence Day Special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross. George Washington won a war in which the odds were firmly stacked against him. He helped push the Constitution through, which gave us a government. He was our first president and set an example which most of his successors aspired to, which all seems like more than enough. But he had a final battle to win. And no, it wasn't Yorktown. Robert Watson has been with us in the past talking about Washington, and he is back to talk about his book, which is suitably titled George Washington's Final Battle. And it's good to have you back. How are you?
Good to be back. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And what we're talking about is the battle by Washington for what became Washington, D.C. D.C. standing for District of Columbia, not a superhero comic or a movie franchise or anything like that. But this was something that he fought for, that was important to him. Why?
Yeah, so I guess to start with the title of the book, George Washington's Final Battle, you know, there's a lot in the title. I've had editors and publishers tell me that 50% of the sales are in the title. But I got the title from Washington. He referred to this as his final battle, and he felt that building a capital city was more difficult, was more of a challenge than winning at Yorktown or any of the other great triumphs that he had in his life. So there was the obvious point. So I guess the book, for a number of reasons. One, if you're like me, you love Washington, D.C. I mean, who doesn't love the Smithsonian's, right? The tree-lined National Mall, the majestic memorials to our heroes and fallen, the government buildings. So, but I found that people don't know much about the city or when it was created. And I guess secondly, I'm a big fan of Washington's, and you gave a great intro to set this up. Washington was one of the greatest Americans ever to live, but I find that he's oftentimes presented too, I guess, monolithically or unidimensionally. He's this big guy standing there stern-lipped, but Washington was actually very complex. And I've always felt that he didn't get enough credit for being so politically savvy, and he was smarter than people realized. He was also a bit of a visionary. So I guess I wanted to write a book about those two things. So boom, they came together for this. So Washington's concern was this. In what historians call the critical period, that's 1783 to 1787, 4 years. The Revolutionary War ends in 1783. The 1787 Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. Those 4 years are the critical period. America shouldn't have made it. We were in debt. We were bitterly divided. The states were feuding. Be careful what you wish for. The British left, and with the British went all the surgeons and bankers and architects. And this country was in a pickle. Remember, the Revolutionary War started back in April of 1775 with shots at Lexington and Concord. So it's a long war. So the economies of coastal communities had gone belly up because of a British blockade. So the country shouldn't have made it. It shouldn't have been Washington. He was the one founder that didn't go to a prestigious school and didn't speak Latin or Greek and didn't travel. Washington was the only founder that had calluses on those big hands. He shouldn't have been the creative one, but it was him. Washington identifies a couple problems. The economy has gone south. We lack a sense of national unity or a sense of esprit de corps. If you ask Mr. Jefferson about his country, he would say Virginia, right? We didn't have a capital. The North and South, we already saw some sectionalism. So Washington's solution to all this is a grand and glorious capital, one that harkens back to Rome or ancient Athens. Now, how on earth, without architects, broke, how are we going to build this grand capital city, and enter George Washington with the vision and the answer? So it's, in some ways, I thought it was an irresistible topic, and I hope that it presents Washington as the formidable, creative, more intellectual, more political force than we usually give him credit for being.
And I want to get to the design of the city and all of that in a little bit, but I'm going to bring up a name that is not associated with George Washington or the founding of the country. Dick Clark.
Dick Clark? American Bandstand?
Absolutely. So Dick told me years ago, obviously, that when he was being investigated for payola and he was going to appear before a congressional committee, one of the things he did as an astute politician, as well as an air personality and businessman, is they knew there was one member of Congress who was very, very opposed to him. So they took him out the night before and got him so drunk he could not show up for the hearing the next day. True story. And this was out of his mouth to me. And the reason I bring it up is George Washington, who is not thought of as a political person at all by most people, did pretty much the same thing, boozed up politicians.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Washington's first election, and one professor actually wrote it down and figured it out. It was ridiculous. It was something like 2 gallons of alcohol per vote. So instead of giving speeches, and Washington was not an orator. He was not a rhetorician. He was not a good writer, a good speaker. In fact, he was a little bit shy in terms of public speaking. A lot of people said that, he barely opened his mouth and kind of whispered under his breath. You had to lean in. So he buys people drinks. So Washington knew long before Dick Clark knew that. And another one of my heroes, old Harry Truman, when Truman was working on NATO and the Marshall Plan and some of these absolutely momentous policies, 1948-ish, So after World War II, he knew that there was some isolationism among some Republicans in the Senate. So Truman, who loved to play poker, loved to drink a good whiskey or whatever, and an old granddad or something, he invited Art Vandenberg and all these Republican senators over for drinks, played poker, had a good night, and he knew that all politics was not local, it was personal. And Washington knew the same thing. Thank goodness, because we needed both those men to succeed with the things that they were pursuing.
So Washington, it wasn't so much he drank them under the table, he drank them away from the table.
That's good. I might borrow that. You don't have that copyrighted, do you?
No. Enjoy, put it in the paperback edition.
It's in my next book, yeah.
He was also more of a scientist than we think of. I mean, we think of Franklin and Jefferson, of course, but Washington, as part of just, telling people how different he is from how we think of him, Washington was also into science.
Absolutely. He was something of an architect. He was experimental, I guess, agricultural scientist. Washington subscribed to publications out of England on the latest farming technologies, and he put them as an experimental agricultural scientist, put him to work. He even had a greenhouse and was growing pineapples. He was trying different, today we would say fallow field farming or crop rotation or no-till farming. He was trying cutting edge things. He even used aquaculture. He had a fish farm down on the Potomac, and Washington, when he had an excess of a particular crop, he was trying to distill it to make spirits. So, George Washington was very experimental, very creative in that respect, was very interested in science, was a keen observer of the weather and such patterns. And I think all that speaks to, who he was as a person. And all that would play some role, of course, in his leadership during the war. Washington recognized immediately that there's no way a ragtag band of poorly trained farmers and ill-equipped blacksmiths could go toe-to-toe with the world's greatest military, so he didn't. He'd hit them and run. He retreated. He set up ambushes. He outflanked them. Washington grew up surveying and navigating the length of the Potomac, and cut his teeth as a military officer in the frontier, what is today Western Pennsylvania, but at the time it was the frontier. So he was around the native population and saw how they fought. So he was creative and approached things in an out of the box way. And the proof is in the pudding. We can look back at it now and realize that this guy was sharp as a tack, and it worked. It worked for him.
Robert Watson has some more capital ideas just ahead here on the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio.
Are you over 50 and constantly feeling tired, bloated, or just a little off? Don't ignore it. Those could be signs that your liver is crying for help. As we age, our liver, which is essential for metabolism, digestion, immunity, and detoxification, needs extra support and protection. If neglected, it can leave you feeling sluggish and constantly off your game. That's where Active Liver from New Nordic comes in. Available in easy-to-take tablets or delicious gummies, Active Liver combines powerful natural ingredients like turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract to help support healthy liver function. With Active Liver, you're giving your body an essential daily defense against toxins from alcohol, fatty foods, and sweets, helping you reclaim your energy, improve digestion, lose the bloat, and strengthen your immunity so you can look and feel your best again. Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9624. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9624. That's 800-507-9624. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Independence Day Special from CBS, presented by T-Mobile.
A good July 4th to you. I'm Gil Gross. This is the Independence Day Special from CBS News Radio. And Robert Watson is with us telling us about George Washington's battle to create our nation's capital. So this brings us to the creation of Washington, D.C. We had no national identity other than beating Britain, nothing to unite us. The people in, obviously, Georgia and the people in Massachusetts had very little in common. There was a lot of partisanship. We needed something to unite us, to give more allegiance to a nation than to factions or one particular leader, because Washington knew without that, we fall apart.
Absolutely. And, he realized that he wanted a grand and glorious capital for the ages. And he realized that building such a large city, we hacked it out of the bogs and forests and swamps of the edge of the Potomac River, rather than build it in an existing city that had the capacity for such, like a Boston or New York or Philadelphia, or maybe even Charleston. But he builds a brand new city. And this would be a great public works project. It would be something to unify the country. It would help the economy. And of course, he wants it located halfway between the North and South, symbolically to bring them together. Southerners were threatening to walk out if the capital was in the North. Jefferson, Madison, and others, it better be in Virginia or it better be in the South or we walk out. So Washington realized the politics of the situation. By putting it in Philly, New York, or Boston, you would lose the South. So he split the difference. So he was very political in it and doing so. And even the design of it, it harkened back to ancient Rome and the grand, which we see today, the wide boulevards that intersect and create space for public monuments and memorials, even the naming of the cities after the states. And all this was a brilliant move politically to make sure everybody has skin in the game and comes on board with the capital.
And what's, I think, going to just interest a lot of people who would not think this, the location is purposely left out of the Constitution, in part because there is more debate about this, where the capital should be, than there was debate at the time about slavery or the Electoral College.
Absolutely. So the Constitutional Convention is sometimes remembered by these paintings that show everyone standing around in a civil manner, looking like Captain Morgan, with the the hand in their jacket. But it was heated. There were some rough debates. Washington wrote, and I put the quote in the book, that basically of all the debates, and of course slavery was as it should have been, a vicious and difficult debate. How do we pick our president? There were a lot of heated debates, but Washington wrote the one that was the most heated was the one over where the capital should be. So they realized that if we tried to select the capital, we might have not been able to sign the Constitution. So they did. The founding fathers, the framers, did what politicians do today. They kicked the can down the road. Rather than pick the site of the Capitol, they let it open so that we could sign the Constitution and then figure it out. And all they did was say that it would be, a certain number of miles square, but they pretty much left a lot of that open. And we would have to, back in 1790 and in subsequent years with the Residency Act, they would finally determine the location and the parameters of the city. And George Washington, being George Washington, he actually conducts some of the first surveys for the territory that would be today the District of Columbia and Washington City. His first job at age 17 was a surveyor of Culpeper County, Virginia. So he even grabs the surveying equipment and his horse and heads out to start surveying. So, yeah, Washington and the framers were wise to not try to pick the Capitol. It might have undermined the Constitution.
Part of this also, I think, especially, with the southern states, not just their representation, everything, was getting Congress together, whether in one place or in a Trojan horse, was a problem because, people forget there was no there's no railroads, there's no cars. I mean, there's nothing. You're doing everything on horseback. I mean, many members of Congress did not make it to Washington's inauguration in New York City. That's how difficult this was.
Good point. Yeah, in fact, Martha Washington was late. We need to remember that our transportation and communication systems were very primitive. The nation lacked a series of roads. This is before rail travel, rudimentary ports, and some of them had been destroyed by the British during the war. Many of the ships were made by the British, so we were in a tough situation. So you literally had people on horseback with announcements. Congress should meet, and the first two Congresses, at least, I didn't go in looking at the third, fourth, fifth, but the first two Congresses, absentee rates were ridiculous. It was not uncommon to have a third of Congress not show up, and then 10, 20% would just quit halfway through their terms or just not come back or leave early. So it was not, it was much more primitive. So even getting Congress together for this was a problem. We sometimes forget just how difficult it was to communicate, for armies to even coordinate where they would meet, for Congress to even meet and set a date, time, and location. It was an arduous undertaking.
Washington, he's seen pictures of, I guess, places like, Rome in books, but he's never been to any of these places. So why does he hire Pierre L'Enfant?
So, yeah, he had not traveled. He picks L'Enfant for a few reasons. One, we don't really have architects. Two, L'Enfant was trained in Paris as both an architect and an engineer. He can design it and build it. Three, L'Enfant served in the war. So Washington trusts him. He had been through combat. There's that brotherhood. Next, L'Enfant was a Mason. So, of course, Washington wants to rely on, and he uses some Scottish stone masons and others. He gets masons who help in all facets. The cornerstone was laid in a Masonic ceremony. And lastly, L'Enfant is he's like a diva. If he was a singer today, like Cher or someone, he would need costume changes and an entourage. L'Enfant was difficult, and he had an outsized view of both himself and the Capitol.
The White House, of course, is very different than what Jefferson imagined. And eventually, the architect for the White House comes up. The reason we talk of the Oval Office, goes back, obviously, to that time.
Yeah. So just like L'Enfant, who was an immigrant, the person that designed the White House was James Hoban, who was also an immigrant. He was from Ireland. And Washington's not sure about, what he wants for the president's house, but he knows he wants it to be palatial. He wants a palace. And he's told that there are some beautifully designed buildings in Charleston that harken back to some of the lovely estates and large buildings in Ireland. So Washington sees them, and it turns out it's James Hoban. So Washington offers Hoban a contract, and he designs the beautiful building we know as the White House. He notes that, oval rooms are the rage in parts of Europe. He wants the, Ionic, Doric, Corinthian type of columns out front. He wants, so Washington says, yes, yes, yes. They share a vision the same way Washington and L'Enfant did. So it was two immigrants who had an outsized view of their work and themselves, who turned out to be brilliant architects who designed, I would argue, the two most iconic structures in America, the Capitol building and the White House.
Which brings us to the final thing. How did the place get its name?
They were looking at a variety of names. They knew that they wanted a federal district because they did not want the Capitol to be within the jurisdiction of a state, or there could be some conflicts of interest. So they wanted to create an independent federal district, and they wanted it named for Christopher Columbus. So we end up picking the feminine District of Columbia. But in terms of the city, it was just the capital city. A lot of people in Congress referred to it as Washington City. And Washington all along sort of stands back. He knows what's going to happen, but he's pretending not to. They come up with a couple ideas. Washingtonopolis, Washingtonople, using the Greek. And then they, of course, shorten it to just Washington. And of course, Washington's take on all this is no, 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 yes, 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 yes. But it should be named for him. A to Z. He was the one who had the idea. He surveyed it. He hired the architects. He hired the 3 federal commissioners. He physically showed up on site to oversee it. He sold the land, raised the money. He even bought a plot for his own house, another house downtown, and everybody quick bought because they wanted to be Washington's neighbor. I mean, A to Z, some of the last letters, some of the last conversations he had in his life, he was asking the federal commissioners about the progress on his city. And sadly, he never gets to see it. You know, as we all travel up and down colonial parts of this eastern seaboard, every colonial B&B claims George Washington slept here. The short answer is he did not. But the one place he didn't sleep, sadly, was in the city that he designed. So it's aptly named, appropriately so.
It is a great story. It's almost weird. Most Americans don't know the story of the city that they hear mentioned pretty much every day of their life, but you can find it all in the wonderful George Washington's Final Battle by Robert Watson. Thank you so much for being with us and telling that story.
A pleasure. Thanks for your interest, and keep doing the good work.
You're listening to the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
I'm Tom Brock. On this 4th of July holiday weekend, 2 wildfires are burning in Washington's Chelan County, including one that is quickly growing. KPQ News Radio reports Deputy State Fire Marshal Amy Thornton now says a fire being called the Apple Acres Fire is burning 3,000 acres, up from 2,000 on Thursday. This is just off of Highway 97 near the entrance to Wells Dam. It is spreading due to high winds. People living near Antoine Creek Road have been told to be ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. The other fire, the White Pine Fire, is burning in the Upper Tumwater Canyon area near Lake Wenatchee. If it continues to spread, it could also lead to mandatory evacuations. A terrible tragedy unfolding in south central Texas. At least 6 deaths are counted, and some 20 people are missing after severe flooding hit the area. Some of the missing members of a girls' camp. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick asking for people to pray they'll be found.
Make no mistake, we will do everything possible. The 500 people that are in the field are looking for your daughter.
The flash flooding was extreme, with the Guadalupe River rising 26 feet in just 45 minutes. A JetBlue plane veered off the taxiway in Orlando Saturday morning. The front tires went into the grass. An investigation is underway to determine the cause of the incident. There were no injuries among passengers or crew. Your KIRO News Radio forecast: mostly cloudy skies with an overnight low near 55 degrees. Saturday, partly cloudy and 73 degrees. Sunday, sunshine and 78. I'm Tom Brock, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Tired of unwanted clutter taking over your space? Well, say goodbye to it all with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal service. Tune into KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM or KTTH AM 770 for Home Matters, featuring Happy Hauler this Saturday at 2 p.m. Discover how Happy Hauler can help you declutter and reclaim your home, all while donating as much as possible to those in need. So make yourself, your family, and your community happy. Go to happyhauler.com. Hauling with a heart.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
With Clear Choice Dental Implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
The Independence Day Special from CBS, presented by Good RX.
Happy 4th of July. This is the Independence Day Special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross. Every 4th of July, we celebrate America's independence with fireworks. They're beautiful, they're exciting, and they scare your dog so much he doesn't come out until August. But why fireworks? What are their history? And who discovered that if you put them together just right, you could turn dangerous explosives into celebratory displays? And how many fingers were left when they discovered that? John Wethington should know. He wrote The History of Fireworks, from their origins to the present day. John, good to have you with us. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Good to be with you.
Let's do a little history first before we get to the celebrations. Where do they come from? I think most of us have heard China, but we've never heard many details about that, especially how they came from China even before gunpowder was invented.
Yes, China is now the favorite. All sorts of people have been credited with inventing fireworks. The Indians, even the English, can you believe? But I think the general consensus now is that they did originate in China. The story of their origin may go something like this. Bamboo is broken up. It's not solid, it's hollow and broken up into sections. And so if you throw a stick of bamboo on a fire, the air inside the section will expand rapidly and there'll be a bang as it explodes. So everybody laughed, and the firecracker had been invented. They also began to be used as ceremonies like the Chinese New Year, when again they were meant to frighten away evil spirits who could wreck the following year. At some point, gunpowder was invented, about 140 AD. And the idea then came, well, why don't we actually fill tubes with this gunpowder and then we can get artificial firecrackers which will make a bigger bang? And indeed they did. The first proper account we have of what we might consider these days a firework display comes from Italy in 1379, when fireworks were used in a church service. This was quite a common thing, actually, because it was a way of inspiring shock and awe in the congregation, because suddenly you've got these bizarre explosions going off and bright lights flashing. And of course, a lot of people didn't really understand what was happening. So it was a miracle, if you like. So they began to be used quite extensively in church services.
Let's get to our holiday, 1776. John Adams writes a letter to Abigail, his wife, imagining future celebrations forevermore will be, well, I've got the line in front of me, solemnized with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations. I take it those are fireworks from one end of this continent to the other, from this time forward forevermore. He pretty much nailed it.
In 1777, there was apparently a pretty decent display in Philadelphia, a grand exhibition of fireworks. And by 1783, fireworks were being sold to ordinary people, probably people with a few dollars to spare, but they were being sold by merchants to the general public, if you like. So quite quickly, fireworks have become part of the July the 4th scene.
Though it doesn't always go well. In 1903, on Independence Day, more than 460 people were killed in fireworks accidents.
Yes, you mentioned 1903, that casualty toll, and the following year, a Pennsylvania lawyer called Charles Pennypacker decided enough was enough. And he waxed quite angry about July the 4th, saying, "A spurious patriotism has brought a day of terror, misery, noise, destruction, and death." And he wanted people to move to what he called a quiet and sane celebration. So he said, well, instead of letting off fireworks, why don't you go and sit under a nice tree or bake a nice cake? Not all the local people were pleased about this stance he'd taken, and apparently his house was besieged by a number of young people who started letting off fireworks at midnight and created a bit of mayhem. July the 4th has survived as a great night for fireworks, and there have been a lot of bumps along the way. In 1908, Cleveland, Ohio banned fireworks after a sparkler being demonstrated by a shop assistant started a fire that killed 7 people. But George Plimpton, the great journalist and great fireworks enthusiast, he talked about how July the 4th, for a lot of people, was their first real experience of a community event. And to this day, fireworks have remained a crucial part of celebrating July the 4th. And happily, the accident toll has gone down very considerably since then.
Well, very, very, very happily. John Withington gives us all of this background and brings us up to date in his book, The History of Fireworks from Their Origins to the Present Day. John, I thank you so much for being with us, and we wish the best to your dog for not 4th of July, because where you are, not exactly a holiday, but for Guy Fawkes Day.
Yeah, well, your fireworks on 4th of July would need to be pretty loud for my dog to hear them, I think. But thanks for having me. I've enjoyed it.
Thank you, John. You're listening to the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
They say all good things come to those who wait, but not for those who wait for that next auto breakdown that could cost you thousands of dollars. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance Auto Protection Plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-282-6709. That's 800-282-6709. 800-282-6709.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net. Some AC you'll be loving.
When your house is an oven.
dayandnight.net.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. dayandnight.net.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub? It's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Reutin. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
The Independence Day special from CBS, presented by Term Provider.
This is the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross. When we talk about how our nation began, an important part of the story is left out. How did we know George Washington could lead troops? What brought on the hated expansion of British taxes and the bans on expansion west that the colonists so hated and thus stoked talk about independence from Britain? Well, a lot of all of that had to do with the brutal French and Indian War. It is a war that dragged on for years, with the French and English battling over their New World possessions. And that war explains a lot about what happens in the War for Independence. So let's talk about that. Stephen Brumwell has written a mesmerizing account of a part of that war called White Devil, a true story of war, savagery, and vengeance in colonial America. Wow, Stephen, welcome. How are you doing?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for talking to me. I'm really looking forward to our conversation.
And so am I, because the characters and people that come out of that war become important in the War for Independence. So for people who are just tuning in to something that started in 1754, what was the French and Indian War about?
Well, really, the French and Indian War, it was one of a succession of wars that had been fought between Britain and France. They've been enemies for centuries. But of course, once they both had colonial possessions in North America, then the kind of wars that were being fought in Europe had their spin-offs across the Atlantic, going right back to the late 17th century. You have a succession of conflicts known as Queen Anne's War and King George's War. And then by the 1750s, the situation has really escalated because the French, who have established what is known as New France, effectively Canada, they're starting to move down into areas like the Ohio Valley, where they're coming into conflict with the British colonies, which were established at that stage along the Atlantic seaboard. It was now building up into something far more dramatic, a real head-to-head confrontation.
Who was Robert Rogers?
Robert Rogers is a very interesting character. He's very much a product of the the frontier, the New England frontier. He's born in Massachusetts in 1731. And from an early age, from his kind of teenage years, he's growing up in an environment where he's moving into this region where there's a kind of an uneasy peace a lot of the time between the French and the British, and also the Native American tribes who are moving between those two groups. And by the time he's a teenager, he's actually become embroiled in the fighting of the 1740s, the so-called King George's War, which was the conflict before the French and Indian War. And so he has this reputation as a bit of a trader. We know that he speaks French to an extent. So he's obviously someone who's moved about within that frontier zone. He's obviously very familiar with Native Americans as well. And he does get involved in some fairly shady deals. He's implicated in a counterfeiting ring. And so he's someone who comes from fairly humble stock. He's basically, his background is Scotch-Irish settlers who are very prevalent on the frontier because they're people who are themselves come from quite a tough background. And so they gravitate towards the frontier where there is land, but land you've potentially got to fight for. And Rogers was seen as a bit of a rough diamond. Obviously, he wasn't what they would call a gentleman.
The Rangers, Rogers Rangers, he was personally responsible for paying his soldiers. This is one of the ways he went deeply into debt, which in the end was one of the things that undid him. And he took out loans to ensure that his men were paid properly. Was he ever compensated by the British Army or by the British government, even though he was fighting on their side?
Well, the whole system really, the way it worked was that officers like Rogers, who wasn't a regular officer, he forwarded the pay and and the food, uniforms to his men on the basis that the cost would be reimbursed by the British government in due course. So the problem is, as I understand it with Rogers, when you're out in the field fighting the enemy under very, very difficult bloody conditions, it's not the easiest place to be keeping track of every receipt and piece of paperwork. But the problem was, when he tried to get money back, there was always this kind of suggestion that he was trying to ask for more than he'd actually spent. He wasn't paid back everything he claimed to have spent. So as you say, this was something that, this whole question of debt really did dog him, particularly throughout his later years.
So one of the things he becomes famous for, and he becomes famous for a number of battles, but where he gets this white devil name in history, is he decides to attack a village. And what village are we talking about, and why does he attack it?
Yeah. Now, in 1759, which is seen as the kind of the pivotal year of the French and Indian War, Robert Rogers proposed to the British Commander-in-Chief, General Geoffrey Amherst, that he should attack the Abenaki Indian mission village of St. Francis, or Odenak, which is in the St. Lawrence Valley, sort of roughly between Quebec and Montreal. So that's a good 170 odd miles away from the furthest British post at Crown Point. The Abenaki of St. Francis had been amongst the most inveterate enemies of the English colonists on the New England, New York frontiers, had been raiding the frontiers for generations. Now, they'd also been involved in the siege of Fort William Henry, which I think many listeners will be familiar with from either the book or the movie versions of The Last of the Mohicans, where there had been a massacre of the surrendered garrison. And this was something which the colonial newspapers made a big deal about as a kind of a war crime. So there was a sort of some kind of a payback going on here. The destruction of St. Francis would be very popular within the colonies. It would be seen as quite a coup.
And it is, although here's where we get into some of the murky territory with Rogers. The St. Francis raid makes Rogers, well, a bigger celebrity than George Washington was at that time, because he's sending out these accounts. The colonial newspapers seize on this. They love this guy. And I think historians are still battling to this day. Well, is everything he said true?
He was way ahead of his time. And the way he manipulated the media. And of course, in those days, the media really was restricted to newspapers. Because he writes a coherent, detailed report, it's not only picked up by the newspapers in Boston, but then it's picked up by every newspaper in the colonies. And then it goes across the Atlantic and it's picked up by the newspapers in London and up in Edinburgh as well. So, as you mentioned, Robert Rogers, it's no exaggeration to say that in 1759, he was more famous than George Washington. He was a household name. But at the end of the day, he was out there. He did do basically what he said he'd done. He did destroy St. Francis. He might not have killed 200 warriors, as he claimed, but he certainly got to St. Francis, which meant going across 170 miles of wilderness behind enemy lines. And he attacked the village and he surprised it and he burned it. And the French, this caused great consternation amongst the French. How on earth had this guy got right into the heart of New France, hit a village and eliminated it? And then, of course, he had to get back. And for all the exaggerations within Rogers's letters and in his later published journals, the real story I found in my own researches doesn't really need exaggerating. Some of the things he really did do, I think, were truly remarkable.
We'll be back with more about the White Devil here on the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777 or biglou.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first. on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
CBS News Radio's 4th of July special, presented by Tax Relief Advocates.
More now at the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross with Stephen Brumwell, who wrote White Devil, a true story of war, savagery, and vengeance in colonial America, a book that looks mainly at a man named Robert Rogers.
He was seen by 1775. He wasn't that dynamic 25-year-old guy who'd made the headlines during the French and Indian War. He was someone who was on a steady decline. He was drinking very heavily. He was in debt. He was seen as maybe gone to seed and desperate.
Despite that, what his fellow Americans and the people who he fought on the same side of just, not that many years before turned him down, he goes to the British side. He starts another Ranger type unit called the Queen's Rangers. He's the colonel. He assists in the capture. Some people give him credit for breaking down the teacher story of Nathan Hale. So he becomes a big deal on the British side for a while. But after the war, it's like, well, the Americans don't want him. He's a traitor. He went over to the other side. And the British, it's like, we lost the war against the Americans, so nobody wants him. He goes from this hero who's celebrated in America and in Britain to this guy that nobody wants any part of.
It is like a Shakespearean tragedy in a sense that you have this person who, in his 20s, he finds himself in a situation where he makes a name for himself by virtue of his courage, his leadership, and just his ambition. But when you put him in a peacetime situation, and he's like a fish out of water. And by the time the Revolutionary War really gets going, I mean, we know, as you say, Rogers is put in command of the Queen's Rangers. But under Rogers, it's a very inefficient unit. He's just not the same guy he was when he was younger. And so Rogers was pretty swiftly sidelined and taken out of commission. So, his Revolutionary War is nothing to compare to his French and Indian War. He sees very little active service. Then when the British finally evacuate New York City in 1783, he goes back with the British forces and he goes to London. And of course, by this stage, he's a shadow of his former self. He's in his 50s. He's not the old Major Rogers at all, and his debt problems still follow him around. He's drinking more heavily, and he's someone who really is kind of living in the past.
But Rogers' methods that he wrote about, the methods he used for Rogers' Rangers, become a textbook for U.S. forces in Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, Rogers is traditionally seen as the father, in inverted commas, of the U.S. Army Rangers. Now, he really was unusual in that he actually codified it. He drew up this kind of list of instructions, the so-called rules for ranging. A lot of the basic principles that he established, they're kind of these universal laws of irregular warfare. And those laws don't really change whether you're using, a flintlock musket or a machine gun.
A fascinating story. Stephen Brumwell has written White Devil, a true story of war, savagery, and vengeance in colonial America. Stephen, thank you for being with us.
Well, thank you so much.
You're listening to the Independence Day Special from CBS News Radio.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. At least 13 people have died in Texas as floods slammed the state's hill country, and several young campers' whereabouts are unknown. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says of the Guadalupe River.
That river rose 26 feet in 45 minutes.
Overnight, 12 inches of rain fell within an hour, turning Kerr County into a catastrophic flood zone. First responders launched dozens of rescues along the swollen Guadalupe River, flooding several children's summer camps. Dan Patrick is the acting Texas governor.
Out of the over 700, we have a number of about 23 not accounted for.
That's CBS's Jason Allen reporting. There are thousands of children throughout the camps, and the lieutenant governor says once roads are passable, buses will go pick up the children for reunification. It's especially hot in places that don't normally see heat. CBS's Jim Krasula.
For only the second time, both within the last 3 weeks, the National Weather Service has issued a heat advisory for most of interior Alaska for the 4th of July. An extreme heat warning and heat advisories are in effect for much of the Northland of Minnesota, where many homes don't even have air conditioning.
President Trump has signed his multi-trillion-dollar tax and spending bill into law at a July 4th ceremony at the White House.
We made promises, and it's really promises made, promises kept, and we've kept them. This is a triumph of democracy on the birthday of democracy.
The legislation includes a child tax credit increase, tougher restrictions on Medicaid, and allows many tipped workers to deduct per year up to $25,000 of their tips and overtime from their taxes. After holding talks with other Palestinian factions, Hamas says it is ready to start talks immediately on a proposal for a ceasefire with Israel in Gaza. Linda Gradstein in Jerusalem says of a deal supported by President Trump.
The five-stage deal would include the release of 10 Israeli hostages of the 20 still believed to be alive, as well as some of the bodies of the dead. Israel would withdraw from much of Gaza and humanitarian aid would enter. Israeli press reports say President Trump may give a personal guarantee that Israel will not restart the war after the ceasefire ends.
The front tires of a JetBlue plane went into the grass as it prepared to depart from the airport in Orlando, Florida this morning. More from CBS's Christopher Cruz.
The airline said the plane veered off the taxiway as it was taxiing for departure to Worcester, Massachusetts, and the nose gear went into the grass. An investigation is underway to determine the cause of the incident. There were no injuries among passengers or crew. The passengers safely deplaned and were taken by bus back to the terminal.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
I'm Tom Brock. An Alaska Army National Guard helicopter crew has found the body of a cruise ship passenger. This was on Thursday night after she went for a hike a couple days earlier near Juneau. The 62-year-old Kentucky woman told family members she was getting off the Norwegian Bliss cruise ship to hike, but she never made it back by the ship's departure time Tuesday evening. Crews found her body near Gold Ridge above the Alaska capital city. The medical examiner will determine the cause of death. Two separate two-alarm fires, one in Puyallup. Huge flames erupted from an apartment just before 3 a.m. on 9th Street Southeast near the downtown area. Everybody made it out safely. Nobody hurt. Firefighters kept it from spreading to other apartments. And in Normandy Park, crews battled a second two-alarm fire at a house on Normandy Terrace Southwest near Riviera Place. Pictures posted by the King County Fire District 2 shows piles of lumber and brand new windows and construction material at the home. The flames spread into the roof. Crews had to use chainsaws to get to it. It took firefighters about 90 minutes to get that fire under control. The causes of both of these fires still under investigation. On July 4th, 500 people becoming brand new citizens of the United States at the Seattle Center at the 40th annual naturalization ceremony. The candidates from countries all over the world sworn in by the Chief United States District Judge for Western Washington's District Court. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, mostly cloudy skies with an overnight low near 55 degrees. Saturday, partly cloudy and 73 degrees. Sunday, sunshine and 78 degrees. I'm Tom Brock, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
The CBS 4th of July special, presented by International Animal Rescue.
Happy holiday. This is the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross. For many people, God Bless America is our nation's second national anthem. It's sung at many events, especially at stadiums and arenas, and has become the official seventh-inning stretch of Yankee Stadium since the 9/11 attacks, played at every home game. But where did the song come from? Well, from the pen of Irving Berlin, one of America's most successful writers of popular music, winner of an Oscar, a Tony, a Grammy, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and the composer of much of what we call the American Standard Songbook, including the anthem of the business of his life's work, There's No Business Like Show Business. Berlin was an immigrant brought to this country by his parents from Imperial Russia at the age of 5 to escape the pogroms, violent riots meant to kill or drive away Jews. Berlin's only memory of those first 5 years was of the family home being burned to the ground, watching it while wrapped in a blanket by the side of the road, trying to stay unseen so as not to be murdered. When they arrived, the Berlins, as they were called then, were dirt poor, even more so when Irving's father died young. One of his biographers, his friend Alexander Wolcott, wrote that a young Berlin was knocked into the East River by a crane, and when he was fished out, after going under 3 times, the child was still clutching 5 pennies, a fortune for him then. America did not get off to a very promising start for a kid who was essentially homeless and a school dropout at 13, living in a place of unimaginable filth and violence in New York's Bowery. Qualified for nothing and uneducated, he got his first real job when he was 18 as a singing waiter in New York's Chinatown, where he made up off-color parodies of hit songs. But he was getting an unorthodox musical education. Having to sing for tips, he learned what songs people liked and why. And there was a piano in the bar where he could teach himself to play after hours, though never very well. And when he made his fortune, he actually had a piano made that would shift the keyboard to transpose songs because he only learned how to play anything in F sharp. 4 years after getting the singing waiter job, Berlin wrote his first hit, though it was a flop. Alexander's Ragtime Band made it into a Broadway review, but audiences didn't like it, and it was dropped from the show. So Berlin added lyrics, and it became not just a hit, but a song variety called the musical sensation of the decade.
Come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Come on and hear.
And Irving Berlin was on his way. Hit songs, Broadway shows, and movies followed. Along the way, he wrote songs celebrating the holidays of other religions, such as Easter Parade and, of course, White Christmas. He also wrote a tribute to the country that took him in as a child who certainly would have died had he stayed in Russia. The song was written after Berlin was drafted into the Army for World War I. He was already so successful, one newspaper ran the headline, "Army Takes Berlin." He was asked to write songs for the morale of war-weary Americans, and especially the armed forces. And one of the songs he wrote, he decided wasn't really very good and put it in the drawer. And he put it there in 1917, and it sat there for 2 decades. So why did Berlin sit on what would become an American classic for so long? Well, maybe, as music journalist Jody Rosen supposes, it was because Berlin took the basis for the theme from a novelty song meant for Jewish audiences. So did God Bless America grow out of those 6 notes of another composer's When Mose with His Nose Leads the Band? Yeah, it's a maybe. Berlin did write songs like that himself when he was starting out, and there's no doubt he might have heard Mose. Berlin also liked to drop in bits of well-known songs into his own songs, like that bit of Swanee River in Alexander's Ragtime Band, maybe the first case of sampling in pop music. On the other hand, here's a moment from Vivaldi's Four Seasons. May strike a chord with you. Pretty much no doubt that's the full theme of this song. Yeah, but there's no way Lou Silvers, who wrote April Showers, ever heard a note of Vivaldi's Four Seasons. Music wasn't even discovered until years after April Showers was written and not recorded for years after that. So 100% coincidence. Was it so for Mose with His Nose and God Bless America? Well, forgive the pun, but who knows? So in 1938, with World War II obviously close at hand, Irving Berlin wanted a song to express his devotion to the country that took him in. And he dug out that reject from 21 years before. It was debuted on Armistice Day by the woman who would make it famous, Kate Smith.
Hello, everybody. It is my happy privilege to introduce a new song, God Bless America. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above.
By the way, there's an introduction to the song. It's rarely sung now, but the words tell the tale of the times. While the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. Well, the song was a smash, even though the Ku Klux Klan objected to it because it was written by a Jewish immigrant. It became the official campaign songs of both FDR and opponent Wendell Willkie in the 1940 elections. The Philadelphia Flyers hockey team played it before a game in 1969, won, and used it as a good luck charm for years. Kate Smith even came out of retirement to sing it live before Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals in '74, and the Flyers won the cup that day. On the evening of 9/11, members of Congress from both parties spontaneously broke into God Bless America on the Capitol steps. It became so sacred to so many that in 2008, when a fan had to get up and go to the bathroom during God Bless America, stadium security and New York City police officers grabbed the guy, threw him out of the ballpark. But as beloved as the song and Kate Smith's version of it had become, controversy lay ahead. It came out that early in her career, Kate Smith had sung two songs considered disparaging to blacks. Smith's recording of God Bless America was then banished by the Yankees and the Flyers. More than that, a statue of Kate Smith outside the Flyers arena was removed. Now, this isn't the place to settle those scores, but something should be noted here aside from the debate over the actual meanings and context of the song she sang in 1931. Though many stars in the 1940s supported racial equality personally, only a handful came out and plainly said it back when the studios and networks they worked for feared such out-in-the-open espousal of equal rights would cost them theater bookings and network affiliates. One who made her feelings clear was Kate Smith, who on her network radio show in 1945 said, "Race hatred, social prejudices, religious bigotry, they are the diseases that eat away the fibers of peace." And she did more than say it. Her TV show featured black performers you could not see anywhere else in the early 1950s, including Josephine Baker, the singer and dancer who had moved to Paris to escape discrimination in the United States. That said, that statue of Kate Smith in Philadelphia still sits in storage. As for Irving Berlin, he lived to 101, one of the most honored and beloved American composers of all time. And for his many hits, it was this song that at the age of 80, he was asked to sing in The Ed Sullivan Show, a song that so many Americans of so many different political beliefs still sing as a prayer for their nation.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above.
We've got more of the Independence Day special just ahead from CBS News Radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-550-8841. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-550-8841. That's 800-550-8841. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS.
CBS News Radio's 4th of July special, presented by Endurance Warranty.
We have more now of the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross. In another interview on this special, we talk about the suspicions that the Founding Fathers had that the new nation might not last. And one of the few optimists in those early years was James Madison. But it wasn't because he thought we had a more perfect union. In fact, he thought the Constitution, which he helped bring into being, was radically defective, to quote him. So there were fights from the start. But what were they about? How might they have made our nation better or maybe worse? Akil Reed Amar is Sterling Professor of Law and Political Science at Yale University, where he teaches constitutional law. And his book about the decades after the adoption of the Constitution, and actually even really in the years before, The Words That Made Us, America's Constitutional Conversation, 1760 to 1840, is essential reading for those who want to understand how our laws came to be. It's good to have you with us. How are you?
Thank you very much for having me.
The Articles of Confederation failed before it was replaced by the Constitution. So what went wrong with the Articles?
The Articles weren't strong enough to hold America together. We barely won a war of independence against the world's mightiest military power, Britain. And we did it with a lot of help from the French. The Spanish were involved. Eventually, the Dutch were involved. It was actually a world war. And here are words to live by. Never count on the French. Now, they helped us once, but nations are not wise if they always depend on other nations to bail them out. George Washington understood this. And so he understood that actually in the Revolutionary War, he's getting his butt kicked almost every day for 5 years. He has 3 or 4 good days, and some of the good days are just living to fight again, escaping from Brooklyn, getting off Manhattan, maybe fighting to a draw at Monmouth. He does prevail at Yorktown in 1781, but there are 2 French troops on land and sea for every American, even at Yorktown. So the problem with the Articles is they're not strong enough. There's not a strong enough central government. It doesn't have power to tax people. And without taxes, individual taxes, you're not going to be able to fund an army and a navy. And without an army and a navy, they're going to come back, these European monarchs, and they're going to slice and dice you. So we need taxes, and states are supposed to pay their dues, but they don't pay their dues. And what are you going to do? How are you going to throw Virginia in jail, if it doesn't pay its taxes? Oh, but if you can tax individuals, like with something like a tariff, for example, at the customs house, if the person doesn't pay, then they don't get the thing that they're trying to import, a desk or a chair or silk shirts or what have you. So we have to have an army and navy, otherwise we're dead. And we have to have, therefore, taxation, which means we have to have individuals being taxed, which means, no taxation without representation. Individuals are going to need to be represented. Now we're going to have to create a whole different kind of government. If it's a real legislature, it should look like one, bicameral. There should be a separate executive who can protect us against foreign monarchs. And we have to come together indivisibly, because if one state can basically peel off tomorrow and go on its own, it could make a treaty with some foreign monarch, and the next thing you know, you've got foreign monarchs in the Carolinas, which is not where you want them.
So in a way, it's good that we went through the Articles of Confederation and that they failed, because there were many states that really did not want a powerful central government when our country starts. And so it's only after the Articles fail that they go, okay, a powerful executive, the ability to tax, draft soldiers, and all of that, which they were very squeamish about originally.
Smart individuals learn from their mistakes. That's true of smart nations. Really smart individuals and smart nations can learn even from others' mistakes. And the basic point is, yes, we tried a loose confederation and it wasn't sufficient to solve the fundamental problem. The most important challenge is defense, because if you aren't strong enough to repel adversaries, you're dead. You don't exist. And Washington understands this better than anyone because he's there at Valley Forge. He's getting his army pushed around almost every day. And Gil, you actually said earlier, we give Madison often a lot of credit. We call him the father of the Constitution, but no one said that at the time. The father of the Constitution is George Washington, because he manages to win on the battlefield, to win independence, and then walks away. He's not trying to actually make himself a dictator or an emperor or a czar or Lord Protector. But the Articles failed for reasons we've just been talking about. No money, which means you can't have an army and a navy. And so you're going to need a whole new structure, and it has to be an indivisible union. And Washington is summoned back out of retirement at Mount Vernon. He is the unanimously selected presiding officer at Philadelphia and the Philadelphia Convention that drafts USA 2.0 after 1.0 is on the rocks. People vote for the Constitution because George Washington and Ben Franklin, who are far and away the most famous Americans on the continent, they vouch for it. At Philadelphia, he gets pretty much everything he wants. He smiles and people vote yes, and he frowns and people vote no. He's the unanimously elected first president. Every elector votes for him, every single one. And in fact, he's the unanimously re-elected president after 4 years. And he would have been re-elected, but he walks away from power yet again. And that's why it's called Washington, D.C., and it's the Washington Monument and not, for example, Madison, D.C., or the Madison Monument.
Well, you even call Madison a policy lightweight.
He was on certain things. He was a scholar, and I respect him on many things, but he was a policy lightweight on certain things that really matter for national defense. Okay, he doesn't understand armies. He doesn't understand navies. He doesn't understand international trade and banks. Money are the sinews of war, and he doesn't understand all those things. He comes to understand some of those things after he's president. And the Capitol is burned on his watch. That's why he's not on Mount Rushmore. And then he begins to say, maybe banks are actually pretty useful, because banks turn out to be really helpful in winning wars. We're seeing that even now in Ukraine and Russia. Some of what the Western forces are trying to do is to squeeze Putin using financial instruments, freezing bank accounts, and all the rest. So Madison was, yes, I do say, a policy lightweight on some of the most important issues, which have to do with national defense, armies, navies, taxes, banks, and international trade issues. He opposes initially a Bank of the United States. Then he later comes to sign the bank into law as president because he begins to see where he made a mistake. He initially opposes certain taxes that Hamilton is proposing, and then he eventually, a thing called a carriage tax, he changes his mind on that. Hamilton understands war and trade and banks in ways that Madison doesn't, and Washington listens to Hamilton. And they were together at Valley Forge.
And yet I remember when you bring up the thing about Washington listening to Hamilton, I remember back in my poli-sci class many years ago, we were told and expected to spit back the idea that it was Madison's Federalist Paper number 10 that was really the big deal in forming the country. And you say nobody actually read Madison's Federalist Paper number 10.
Right. The Federalist Papers were newspaper op-eds by the Friends of the Constitution, the so-called Federalists, urging Americans to vote yes. So it's one op-ed after another. They come out at a rate of 2 or 3 a week. The first thing ordinary people say is, why do we need a big, stinky, continental government that can directly tax us? Why do we need that? Because they associate liberty with localism. And if you had a good answer for that, and the good answer is because we need to create an indivisible union for defense, if you had a good answer to that, you wouldn't wait till your 10th op-ed to make it. And the early Federalist Papers are not at all Madisonian quite, they're Hamiltonian. And here's the argument in a nutshell. Look around the world. Around the world, there's very little self-government, and here's why. Because countries have land borders with other countries, and land borders lead to big, stinky, standing armies that beat up on each other, but also suppress people domestically. We want to create an island nation like Britain. Britain is more free because she doesn't need an army, and before she unified as an island, Scotland and England and the Scots were whomping on the English, and the English were whomping back, and Mel Gibson is coming down. But when they created a more perfect, I got a movie reference in there. When they actually created a perfect union of England and Scotland in 1707, Britain becomes a free place where you don't need an army and it's hard to invade. And we need to do the same thing for America to create a more perfect union. An indivisible union will be like Britain that has a moat, will be like Switzerland that has, mountains, and it's about defensible borders. That's the early argument for the Federalist Papers, for the Union in the Federalist Papers. Washington understands it. Madison is kind of for it, but he doesn't push it the way Hamilton does. If our audience wants to read any Federalist paper, they're very short. They're short little op-eds. Read Federalist 8. It's the one that clinches the deal before Madison even comes on the scene. And yes, no one reads 10 at the time, even though it's got a lot of interesting ideas.
There's so much more to say about how our Constitution developed, and we'll have that in a moment here on the Independence Day Special from CBS News Radio.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting international animal rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
I'm Tom Brock. Several people are dead after catastrophic flooding in Texas. The flooding caused by torrential rain in the south central part of the state. Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly says the area is used to getting flooded, but not this badly.
We have floods all the time. This is the most dangerous river valley in the United States. And we deal with floods on a regular basis. When it rains, we get water. We had no reason to believe that this was going to be anything like what's happened here.
From 4 to 8 inches of rain has fallen since late Thursday evening. July 4th, a day filled with parades, including one in Washington, D.C. that featured marching bands, floats, dancers, and drill teams. Sharon and Jason Grant traveled from California to take it all in.
We've never been to Washington, D.C., and so we just really want to be able to experience this event.
And
everything that the 4th means.
Yes.
Yeah.
Felt like it'd be much more patriotic here than other places.
The red, white, and blue celebration of America's birthday started at 7th and Constitution Avenue and proceeded west to 17th. There's a new familiar winner in this year's 2025 Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Competition, competitive eater Joey Chestnut.
As soon as I found out I was coming, my body, it was easy to train, and I love doing it.
He reclaimed his title after missing last year's event by eating 70 and a half hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes. Your KIRO News Radio forecast. Mostly cloudy skies, an overnight low near 55 degrees. Saturday, partly cloudy and 73 degrees. Monday and Tuesday, highs in the mid-80s. I'm Tom Brock, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists with Puget Sound Express, the Salish Sea is absolutely packed with whales right now. The past week has seen nearly 20 humpbacks in the waters off of Port Angeles, with tremendous displays of breaching and lunge feeding. Not to be outdone, Bigg's killer whales have also been gathering in large numbers, with superpods of more than 15 individuals traveling and hunting throughout Puget Sound. Summer is heating up, and so is the whale watching. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend and Port Angeles on the Olympic Peninsula. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
CBS News Radio's 4th of July special, presented by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Gil Gross, and this is the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio. Our Constitution is what made our country unique. Yale law professor Akhil Reed Amar has written The Words That Made Us, America's Constitutional Conversation from 1760 to 1840. Today's siloed communications, where people just talk with those who agree with them on social media, or they only watch Fox, or they only watch MSNBC, are we capable of having the kind of conversations that we had when this nation began? Is that something that we still have, or is that something that we're losing?
I think that broadcasts like yours are trying to counter that, and I thank you for that. In my own way, I'm trying to do the same thing. In my books, I make a point to have them blurbed by Federalist Society folks and ACLU types. I have a free weekly podcast called America's Constitution, and we bring in people from the right and we bring in people from the left. Sometimes we do it even in the same episode. We don't do food fights. They talk to each other. They each makes their arguments. They listen to each other. Yes, the Americans didn't have much in common in 1760 when The Words That Made Us, that book begins. It's a pun. It's the words that made the U.S., us, we the people. And they didn't even know each other in 1760, but they begin to come together by talking with each other. And then they're doing it with newspapers at the time. And in effect, newspapers are republishing, begin in the late 1760s and 1770s, newspapers from other localities. This would be the equivalent of retweeting or something like that. And they start to talk to each other. They start to listen to each other. They meet in rooms together, like the Stamp Act Congress and the First Continental Congress and the Second Continental Congress, which gives us the Declaration of Independence. And wow, they have big differences, the biggest about slavery. They understood that they needed to overcome their differences and unite, because even though there are those differences, if they let those differences in the end get the better of them, they'll all be dead because they're going to be sliced and diced by European monarchs. So they come together, even though there are deep cleavages, especially between slaveholding states and non-slaveholding states. And as soon as 1776 happens, the North starts to get rid of slavery, state by state by state. The Deep South doubles down on it. This is going to eventually lead to a civil war. And the Civil War is going to happen because the South especially is not listening to the North at all. Lincoln is actually a very moderate person. He's Southern born. His positions aren't radical, yet he's not even allowed to be on the ballot south of Virginia. Southern jurisdictions are making it a crime to even criticize slavery, even in the pulpit, if you're a preacher. So one part of America starts to basically just stop listening to the other part, and that leads to massive tragedy. But Lincoln wraps himself again and again and again in July 4th. And just listen to the word. They again, just like Gil, you said, it says we the people, but we forget about that. Here's what he says. 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now, he's saying that in 1863. And he's saying 87 years ago, that's 1776. And he's quoting the Declaration of Independence, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. And he's doing so at a battlefield where the battle occurred on July 2nd, 3rd, 4th of 1863. So July 4th lives on in American memory, not just in 1826 when Jefferson and Adams die, but all the way through the Civil War. These folks are wrapping themselves in the spirit of 1776. And at our best, yes, we come together. Here's what we have in common. We all have America in common. We have the Declaration of Independence in common. Maybe that's the only thing that we have in common is the Declaration of the Constitution, because we're religiously diverse, different first languages, politically we're very polarized, different parts of the country, north and south, east and west, coasts and in interior cities and rural areas. What we have in common, my friends, is the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. The story behind them is July 4th. And if we actually talked and listened to each other, I think we would be learning from our own history and learning more about each other, because we Americans actually have done amazing things in the world. We should be proud of them. And we're going to be more successful, it seems to me, if we actually talk and listen to each other. And I think, Gil, what you're doing with this episode is part of that. I try to do it on my weekly podcast, bringing people across the spectrum together. It's called America's Constitution. It's a play on words. Yes, we have to do a better job of this. John Quincy Adams, the son of John Adams, as old man eloquent in Congress is saying is, look, maybe you don't have to agree with the petition. Okay, maybe you don't have to do what it's asking for, but at least allow it to be read. And so people can actually then think about it and discuss it. He says the American Revolution was all about that. That was the crowning accusation against George III is he wasn't listening.
Akil Reed Amar is the Sterling Professor of Law and Political Science at Yale University. The book that we've been talking about, which I said at the beginning is an essential read, is The Words That Made Us, America's Constitutional Conversation, 1760 to 1840. And to take from your subtitle, I so much enjoyed this conversation about that conversation. Thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you. And happy Independence Day to all my fellow Americans.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
They say all good things come to those who wait, but not for those who wait for that next auto breakdown that could cost you thousands of dollars. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance Auto Protection Plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-282-6709. That's 800-282-6709. 800-282-6709.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-550-8841.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-550-8841. That's 800-550-8841.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey there, Dawn Reiling with Olympic Hot Tub. Say hello to summer and hello to savings on your very own saltwater hot spring spa. Through May 26th, we have special pricing on the best hot tub you can own and interest-free financing till 2030. It's time to start feeling better every day with a healthy, soothing soak. Are you ready? Learn more at OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The Independence Day special from CBS, presented by Viking Cruises.
This is the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross. One of the things often left out of American Revolution histories is that not everybody was for it. Some Americans just thought it would bring retribution against the colonists that made a dubious prospect of a victory wholly not worth the trouble. But many others were loyal English through and through, and they wanted no part of a revolution against the crown and the only government they had really ever known. Maya Jasanoff is a professor of history at Harvard, author of Liberty's Exiles, American Loyalists in the Revolutionary World, which won the National Book Critics Circle Award for Nonfiction and the George Washington Book Prize. Maya, good to have you with us. How are you?
Good, thanks. Thank you for having me.
Well, we might think of these people as history's losers now, but throughout the war, there were times even George Washington, we have this in his letters, thought it would be a miracle for the Patriots to win. So these people were actually kind of going with the odds at the time.
They certainly were. You know, a lot of the time people ask me, well, why would anyone choose to be loyal? And I like to turn the question around to say, why would anyone choose to rebel? We're taught in the US that rebellion was the obvious choice. But if you're standing in the 1770s in the 13 colonies, you will be seeing things really differently. You're a marginal set of places, relatively small population, 2 million, 2.5 million, as compared to this gigantic economic hub, one of the most powerful countries in Europe, if not even emerging into the world. And you are totally tied to that big country, which is, of course, Britain, through politics, through culture, through trade. So the idea that you would do something different from trying to just improve your relationship with Britain would seem really weird, I think, to a fairly large number of colonists standing in the period before the
And
American
even
Revolution.
some of the people who supported the revolution at the beginning really thought of it as a strategy just to get a better deal from Britain. Well, maybe they'll ease up on the taxes and the tariffs and things like that. The idea of we really are going to be a completely independent new nation was sort of far-fetched.
It totally was. I mean, I think another good analogy here would be the way that we tend to look at political outcomes we don't like. I mean, obviously, we're living in a time of great polarization right now in the United States, but even so, the number of people who are very discomfited by the election results of, say, 2024 are not fundamentally thinking about, seceding from the United States. They're thinking about how they can win the next time. And by and large, when you're not happy with a political outcome, you don't immediately turn to thinking about, breaking away entirely. So in order to understand what happened in the run-up to the American Revolution, we have to sort of see it as a series of stages of increasing radicalization where at first a relatively small number of people, but over time more and more people began to realize that their best hopes for prosperity, for happiness, for protection of their property, and much, much more, was not to improve the relationship with Britain, which was something people had tried for some decades, but rather to break away entirely and create a whole new nation.
Right. And there's also the context of the time. We think of revolutions now as something that seems to happen around the world. There was our own, followed by the French Revolution. And after that, around the world, here and there, at odd times, ever since, there have been revolutions. But back then, there was almost nothing like it, especially a battle against, as you pointed out, a formidable world power in an effort to establish a kind of government there had never really been before, at least not on that scale.
Absolutely. So, I think one of the key moments here is the publication in 1776 of Tom Paine's runaway bestseller, Common Sense, which really helped set the stage for one of the big escalations in the conflict with Britain. The war had actually started in 1775, but at that time, the kind of idea that what was going to transpire should the Americans win, which was another big if we can talk about, the idea was not clear that there was going to be something called the United States and that country was going to be a republic without a king. What Tom Paine does really brilliantly is to put forward the notion that not only do the colonies need to break away from Britain, but when they do, they need to set themselves up as a kind of government that was really very adventurous and very radical at that time. And that kind of that kind of government was to be a republic. And Paine, in really stirring prose, which I think speaks across the centuries quite powerfully to us even now, says, it's ridiculous to imagine that this group of dynamic people in a young, surging economy and potential new independent nation would consent to be governed by this faraway figure, this hereditary monarch, a monarch many people at the time saw as tyrannical. And instead, there's a chance, Paine says, to create a bold new experiment, something entirely fresh in the modern world. And that new thing is a republic. And he says, it's not just, this isn't some sort of radical, this may be a kind of radical new step in the world, but it's also common sense. And that way of kind of wrapping up something really progressive as something that's a matter of common sense, I think is what helps propel this idea really widely across the American population.
Yeah, Paine's words were so powerful. I remember when I was in middle school, it wasn't a school assignment either. For some reason, I just bought a copy of Citizen Tom Paine by Howard Fast. And I remember reading it and reading about common sense and reading the quotes from Paine and going, wow, I want to live there. Well, wait, I do. It was that powerful, hundreds of years later. That is the macro thing that's going on here. There's also micro things that are very personal. I mean, if I have relatives back in England. My family has come to the colonies. I might just be thinking, whoa, wait a second. Whether we win or lose, if I'm in this place of revolution against England, will I be able to get on a ship and see mom and dad again?
Absolutely. I mean, there was a certain number of people in the colonies in the 1770s who were themselves immigrants, who had come after 1763 when Britain and its colonies had won what we know of here as the French and Indian War, also known as the 7 Years' War, and seemed to open up all kinds of possibilities for the acquisition of land and access to new markets and so on. And so, for these people who had come fairly recently, the idea that you would then suddenly break away from what was quite literally your mother country, it would have seemed like a really huge step.
Right. And let's talk about who these people are, because, from school, we tend to think of the Tories as, they're always portrayed as well-to-do people who probably had English titles originally or related to people who do. And that's not really who they were. They were quite a mix.
The cliche of who remained loyal during the American Revolution is aptly captured in the term Tory. Tory is the nickname for the British Conservative Party down to this day, and it was used to describe loyalists in the Revolutionary era because they were assumed to have conservative values, that is to say, to be very attached to the king as opposed to, say, Parliament, to be very tied to England itself, and to be adherents of the established Church of England, the Anglican Church, also seen as a very kind of establishment entity. But that said, that cliche that that's what loyalists were, that they were Tories, these sort of conservative or Anglo people, is actually quite inaccurate to who the loyalists were. People who chose to remain loyal ranged right across the colonies. They ranged across the different religious groups. They ranged across different professions and social classes. And they also ranged, quite notably, across the different ethnic populations of the 13 colonies, including German speakers as well as English speakers, and including non-white people. Notably, some of the Native American Indian allies of Britain for decades prior to the Revolution, for them, the notion of breaking away from the British Empire and joining this upstart group of revolutionaries seemed like a really bad proposition when it was those colonists who had been jonesing to grab parts of their land for decades prior to this.
Coming up, more about the Americans who did not want to be a part of America on the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Crank up the hits and bring on the boom. It's 80s fireworks night at T-Mobile Park. Get ready for a totally tubular show on Friday, July 18th. Presented by T-Mobile. The Mariners face off against the division rival Astros at 7:10. And after the game, the sky will light up to the sound of your favorite 80s jams. Big hits on the field and more big hits after dark.
Grand slam! Julio takes it deep and clears the ball.
Mariners baseball, fireworks, and hair metal? Sounds like a rad night. Lock in your seats now at Mariners.com and check out what else is on deck at the ballpark this summer, including 3 straight value games against the Brewers, July 21st through 23rd, and the next Mariners fireworks show on August 1st.
Goodbye, baseball. He does it again. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Tired of unwanted clutter taking over your space? Well, say goodbye to it all with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal service. Tune into KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM or KTTH AM 770 for Home Matters, featuring Happy Hauler this Saturday at 2 p.m. Discover how Happy Hauler can help you declutter and reclaim your home, all while donating as much as possible to those in need. So make yourself, your family, and your community happy. Go to happyhauler.com. Hauling with a heart.
Right now, Kia of Everett has over 400 new vehicles available, and the great part, they're tariff-free. Hi, I'm Eric Butler, the General Manager with Kia of Everett. Tariff-free means you're going to save thousands of dollars, and our terrific lease and financing offers can help you purchase your new Kia now during the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event and make the most of your summer. The best drive to tariff-free savings is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, and fun. Visit KiaofEverett.com.
The CBS 4th of July special, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Here's more of the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross, and Maya Jasanoff, author of Liberty's Exiles, and I have been talking about the fate of the people living in the American colonies who sided with Britain. So at the end of all of this, did the British learn anything about managing their colonies? Because it really seemed they went more with what King George seemed to think, which was, we went too easy on the Americans.
They did learn from this experience, and they learned in ways that might surprise us. You know, one of the things that historians have to explain is how it was that the British Empire, which suffered a big defeat in North America and the independence of the United States, would go on to nevertheless be by far the largest and most important imperial power in the world up until the 20th century. Never again after this, at least for many generations to come, are the British going to look at their colonial subjects and say, oh yeah, you guys are just extensions of us. You guys are like us, you're British too, and you know, you're represented in our parliament and so on. All the kinds of ideas that had been swirling around in the run-up to the American Revolution, which the colonists ended up basically calling them on. Now they're going to say, no, you guys are our subjects, the king is in charge, but if you agree to be loyal to us and you abide by these terms when we're in charge, we're going to give you a pretty decent deal in some senses. I mean, all of this is super relative, I have to say, but we're going to give you the ability to have freedom of worship, relatively speaking. You can speak the languages you want to speak. You can enjoy belonging to our economic system. And this is super important, it turns out, because within less than a decade of the end of the American Revolution, there's another huge revolution in the world, and that's the French Revolution, which is quickly followed by the Haitian Revolution. And, you know, in this, again, like radical ferment of these revolutionaries in France and Haiti and elsewhere saying, you know, no more kings, no more established churches, etc., the British are able to say, no, actually, kings, churches, all of that, but stability, giving people a stable place, a secure place, an economically flourishing place to be within the British Empire ends up, I think, really helping them beat back revolutionary sentiment in the era of the French Revolution.
But when your book came out, this is a decade ago now, the British publishers looked at the United States edition and said, hey, let's not put the words American Revolution on the cover. I mean, it is still special relationship and all. It's still a sore point over there.
It sure is. It's really surprising to me. They really don't like to talk about it. And this book that, as you say, I published more than a decade ago, ended up getting a lot more traction in the United States, even though it's about the unloved loyalists here in the United States, than it did in Britain, where it's about really the kind of ways that the British Empire bounced back. I was quite surprised by that.
Maya Jasanoff is professor of history at Harvard, the author of Liberty's Exiles, American Loyalists in the Revolutionary World. A fascinating story, which is too little told. Maya, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
You're listening to the Independence Day Special from CBS News Radio.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. In an area of Texas known as Flash Flood Alley because of its thin soil, Kern County is hit with months' worth of flooding in a short stretch of time. Within 45 minutes, the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet. At least 13 people are dead and many more are unaccounted for, including some 20 girls attending a summer camp. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick.
9 rescue teams, swimmers in the water, rescuing adults and children out of trees. We have 400 to 500 people on the ground from all of our various units.
Meantime, severe weather in New Jersey has claimed 3 lives. At a White House ceremony, President Trump has signed his spending and tax bill into law. CBS's Scott McFarland reports the focus will now be tariffs.
The political argument over whether the bill boosts the economy or starves money and health care for millions of people will go on as a deadline looms on another White House priority. By Wednesday at midnight, the president says he'll jack up tariffs on products from dozens of nations across the globe unless they cut new trade deals with the U.S. Progress has been announced in talks with only a precious few, the U.K., China, and Vietnam.
Hamas says it has given a positive response to the latest proposal for a ceasefire in Gaza, but says further talks are needed on implementation. CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd says also of note.
On Monday, we are expecting an expansion of a set of agreements known as the Abraham Accords, which were signed in Trump's first term between Israel and some of its Arab neighbors. We are expecting additional countries to join those Abraham Accords like Saudi Arabia. So Monday could be a really critical day, not just for Gaza, but for the broader region.
The garbage is piling up, and the libraries and public swimming pools in Philadelphia are also affected by a strike of almost 10,000 city workers over pay and working conditions. Mayor Sherelle Parker saying,
"This is a challenging time for our city right now, as my administration continues to work to reach a fair and fiscally responsible contract with our municipal workers union."
Union leaders say the two sides are still far apart. Fireworks are about to begin on the East Coast, and hospital emergency rooms are at the ready. CBS's Christopher Cruz reports.
Despite widespread education efforts, thousands of Americans are injured by fireworks each year. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says fireworks killed 11 people last year. An estimated 1,700 people were treated at emergency rooms for sparkler-related injuries, and 14,700 people were injured by fireworks. Burns on hands and fingers were the most common injury. Head, face, and ear injuries were frequent too.
This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
I'm Tom Brock. Deputies arrested a 33-year-old Marysville man this week for allegedly driving drunk and T-boning another car with 2 kids inside. KIRO 7 News reports officers tried to pull him over Tuesday night, but he took off. They say the suspect drove toward Alderwood Mall and broadsided a car with 5 people inside, including 2 kids. They were taken to a hospital to be checked out. The 33-year-old driver faces charges of DUI and reckless endangerment. On this Independence Day holiday weekend, 500 people became brand new citizens of the United States at the Seattle Center's 40th annual naturalization ceremony. The public looked on as candidates from countries all over the world were sworn in by the Chief United States District Judge for Western Washington's District Court. If you were planning to go to this weekend's 2025 Rubik's Cube Association World Championship at the Seattle Convention Center, you're probably out of luck. Spectator tickets for the event have completely sold out. This year, 2,000 people from 74 countries registered to compete. The event sold 4,500 spectator tickets. The Seattle Times reports the current world record in the 3 by 3 by 3 inch cube category is held by 10-year-old Zhuanyi Geng, who did it in 3.05 seconds. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, mostly cloudy skies, an overnight low near 55 degrees. Saturday, partly cloudy with 73 degrees. Sunday, sunshine and 78. Monday and Tuesday, highs expected in the mid-80s. I'm Tom Brock, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
The Independence Day special from CBS, presented by Green Gobbler.
This is the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross. History is not always written by those who make it. It is written by those who actually write it or who were sought out and written about. Others often fade from history or disappear entirely, which makes people like Glenn Knobloch so valuable because through research, they can bring to life those most of us did not know existed, even during as important an event as the American Revolution. Based in New Hampshire, Glenn found Black Americans, both free and slaves, who fought for this country, and their story is quite a story, and his book is Strong and Brave Fellows. Good to have you with us. Thank you for being with us. Black Soldiers and Sailors from New Hampshire is what the book is about. We not only don't think of African Americans in New Hampshire, even today, but really anywhere in the colonies fighting for the revolution.
Yes, Gil, first of all, thank you for having me on. It's one of the kind of forgotten stories of the American Revolution. The fact that people of color played a role in helping our nation to gain its independence, even though, their own freedom was not so self-assured.
Well, let's start from just this point, which may confuse some people. New Hampshire, like much of New England, had slavery, maybe not in the numbers of the South where they were needed for a lot of farming, but there were slaves in New England. We see old newspaper ads about runaway slaves and things like that.
Slavery was very prevalent in New England. New England often gets a pass on that because, way back around the Civil War, prior to the Civil War, the abolition movement, had its home here in New England. But we conveniently forgot that, slavery took place here. Rhode Island was a huge plantations existed in that state as well as in the South. And of course, a lot of the slave trade was centered out of Rhode Island, believe it or not. Now, as far as New Hampshire goes, yes, the numbers were smaller, but not as small as you think, given the size of our territory and things like that. And they were involved in farming, not large-scale plantation-style farming, but subsistence farming. And, of course, also many different trades, the maritime trades and everyday trades in city life, whether it be a cooper, a blacksmith. So slavery was just as unjust here as it was in the South. It just often has kind of been conveniently forgotten by New England historians and especially New Hampshire historians. Even our earliest historian in the state, Jeremiah Belknap, said, slavery was practiced here, and I'm paraphrasing, but it was such a benevolent institution. And what that belies, of course, is the fact that if you look at runaway slave advertisements in our New Hampshire Gazette, our only colonial era newspaper, there were quite a few of them running away. They were not happy. So, that's one of the hidden stories that not only New Englanders don't always understand, but certainly folks elsewhere. Slavery was alive and well here. And by the way, in every colony in New England, every state in New England, even the state of Vermont had slavery to a very small degree, but nonetheless, it did exist.
What is fascinating about blacks fighting in favor of the American Revolution is the British were trying to recruit slaves and even free blacks by saying, look, come to the British side and we will guarantee you freedom when we win. On the American side, there's no guarantees of freedom. And though slavery was, again, to a lesser degree of the northern colonies, the war was led by George Washington, a Virginian from Mount Vernon, which had over 500 slaves at the time, most of whom were technically owned by Martha. But still, we're talking about a slave owner and no guarantee such as the British were making. And yet there were quite a number of black soldiers and sailors who fought for the Revolution.
Oh, for sure. It's interesting on the British aspect. They early on tried to raise a black regiment. Lord Dunmore's regiment in Virginia fought in one minor battle. What African Americans soon found out is, they were put to work doing the worst kind of duty for the British, digging entrenchments, very backbreaking, almost slave labor, and rather than doing any fighting, because most of those folks that were raised in the southern colonies, and Southerners had no stomach for arming their slaves with guns to fight on their behalf. So other than in places like South Carolina, where the swamp fox Francis Marion was fighting a guerrilla-style war, do we see black soldiers serving in a British uniform. It just wasn't viable. In the North, it's kind of fascinating because in some colonies, like Rhode Island, raised a regiment of enslaved men, the 1st Rhode Island Regiment, which if those men joined that regiment and served during the war, they would be free after their service. But as far as Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Hampshire, it was entirely up to the master. And it's one of the mistaken notions about black service in the American Revolution. Many people believe that, if they served as a soldier, they were automatically free. And that's just not the case. We have examples in New Hampshire, for example, of several men who served in the American Revolution and were still listed as slaves in the 1790 and even the 1800 census. So service did not necessarily guarantee freedom, although, again, in some states like New Hampshire and Massachusetts, the institution of slavery was already beginning to die out on its own. So many did become free afterwards, but there was no guarantees.
What's interesting also is that the Revolution, the American Revolution, was the only American war until all the way to Vietnam, where black and white soldiers served under equal conditions.
Yes, and that's one of the other fascinating things. Once they were able to join, whether it be a local militia or the Continental Army units, there were a few hurdles sometimes. Some of the muster masters we have records of that, hedged early on in the war in 1775, should they enlist black men. But examples of that are few and far between. They really needed men to fight the British, and they needed all the men they could get. And it's important to remember, too, that many of these enslaved men were well known in their communities where all the mustering in was done. And George Washington, I'm glad you mentioned him, because when he took charge of the American Army after the Battle of Bunker Hill, he saw all these black men in these New England regiments, and he was horrified. And he issued orders to the effect that no blacks could serve in the military. Now, his officers came to him and say, we can't do that. These men have served valiantly in the siege of Boston and things like that. And so Washington kind of acquiesced a little bit and said, okay, we'll accept them, but no others. And do you know what happened during the war? Washington's order was ignored, and New England regiments continued to enlist African Americans.
A final thing I said in the intro, soldiers and sailors. Now, America did not have much of a navy. It had one, but it was tiny. It mostly had privateers who were at sea, who were raiding British ships. And many blacks served as sailors with those privateers.
Yeah, for New England colonies, unfortunately, the records for the Continental Navy are almost non-existent. So muster rolls and things like that are, so it's been very difficult to track it. But several historians have touched on this, studied this, and it's very possible that more black men served as sailors, especially from the port cities, than they did as soldiers. So you're right, two aspects. The naval force, we eventually did build a number of frigates that hit the water. John Paul Jones made it out of Portsmouth in the USS Ranger and terrorized the British and Irish coastline. He had black sailors in his crew. So one of these, by the way, was a man named Scipio Africanus, named after the general of old during ancient Roman times in Africa. So we don't know a lot about them. And the privateering service, because, again, it was privately owned ships that were given what was called a letter of marque, permission to prey on British shipping. And they did a great job because the British, of course, had a long supply line they had to maintain. And so we captured a lot of British goods intended for the British Army that way. And many, many black sailors served on those vessels. We just don't know a whole lot about them. We have a few anecdotal accounts, but those were not muster rolls that were kept by the government. So we're kind of in the dark on that. But we do know that they served, and probably quite possibly even greater numbers.
Glenn Knobloch has done remarkable work bringing up the story of people like Aaron Oliver, like Jude Hall, and so many others who fought for America in the American Revolution. His book is Strong and Brave Fellows. And thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Gil. I really appreciate the time. And happy 4th of July.
We have more of the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio just ahead.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bearers a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
The Independence Day special from CBS, presented by T-Mobile.
Welcome back to the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross. In some ways, I feel like I'm introducing something like the 5th season of Stranger Things. You'll remember when we last left our heroes, they had been chased out of New York, beat the Hessians at Trenton, and all in all looked like they had bit off a ton more than they could chew. Pulitzer Prize winner Rick Atkinson, who has been with us for past books and past years, now graces us with Volume 2 of his Revolutionary War trilogy, The Fate of the Day, The War for America, Fort Ticonderoga to Charleston, 1777 to 1780. Rick, it's good to have you back with us. How are you?
Thank you, Gil. I'm well, and I'm glad to be back with you.
And congratulations on a continuing series of brilliant books. You open with a George Washington quote, which frankly could have been written today, which is, "Our conflict is not likely to cease so soon as every good man would wish. Our cause is noble. It is the cause of mankind, and the danger to it springs from ourselves." That's quite a find, that quote.
Yeah, it seems pertinent, doesn't it? I suppose it's pertinent to every age on some level, but these days in 2025, it does sound like it was written last week.
Yeah, Washington may have not been a man of many words, as opposed to, Jefferson and Madison and certainly Hamilton, but it's amazing how much thought he could compact into a few words.
That's true. He's often underestimated, I think, for his fluency. He reminds me of Eisenhower in that he's very articulate both orally and in writing. And he's got a turn of phrase knack occasionally, and he talks about things that resonate with us today. He refers more than once to generations yet unborn. He's thinking about us. And that makes him all the more relevant, even 250 years later.
Let's go across the pond, though, because the book really opens with Marie Antoinette, who is living a life so unlike the American patriots. You would think about that there would be nothing you would think that would connect the reign she had with King Louis, with the ragtag army back here in what would become the States fighting against royalty.
Yes, and the book does open at Versailles, because that's the game for the Americans in the spring of 1777. It is to persuade the Roman Catholic absolute monarchy of Louis XVI, with his beautiful spendthrift wife, the Austrian Marie Antoinette, to persuade the French court that it is in their best interest to align with Protestant wannabe Republicans intent on armed rebellion against their lawful monarch. It's a heavy lift diplomatically. The man responsible for making it happen is Benjamin Franklin, who has arrived in Paris in December of 1776. And it's going to be Franklin's job to persuade the king, his foreign minister, Vergennes, and the rest of the French court that, in fact, France's best interests lie in a very unlikely alignment with people 3,000 miles away fighting against their lawful monarch.
It came out very, very well for us, especially eventually at Yorktown. I don't want to get ahead into your third volume, but, you know, you had many French. In fact, I think a majority of the soldiers fighting for our revolution at the winning battle were French. But the American Revolution against royalty would, in a way, be Louis and Antoinette's own undoing.
Well, that's true, Gil, because, the King Louis XVI cannot see the future. He doesn't see the present all that clearly at times. And the alignment that he chooses with the American rebels is going to cost him in the long run, because there are unintended consequences that come out of the French support for the American Revolution. They include a destabilizing of French society, a destabilizing of the French economy. All of this is going to be tied into the French Revolution, of course, just a few years after our own revolution ends. And it's going to cost the king and his queen their heads, ultimately.
So now, in the fate of the day, we approach the middle years of the revolution, with a few exceptions. These are pretty bleak years for the Patriots, and I should make clear I'm talking about the revolution and not the New England Patriots, for whom these have, also been bleak years. It's both militarily and also for people just living in what would become the United States, just trying to live their lives. These are not good years.
It's a very tough period. War is tough. 18th century living, even in peacetime, is tough. Disease is rampant. Smallpox, dysentery, typhus, typhoid. It's a long list of infectious diseases. It's going to kill tens of thousands of Americans during the war. And you add to that the misery of a civil war, which the revolution becomes. It's our first civil war. You add to it the misery of soldiers forced to live in appalling conditions at places like Valley Forge in the winter of 1777-78. You add to it the fact that there are tens of thousands of foreign troops in America, and American towns are burned by the British and Germans. Women are raped. Men are slaughtered. There are atrocities committed by both sides. I think in retrospect, we sometimes tend to have a kind of faded lithograph view of the revolution, kind of in soft sepia tones. And it's not like that. It's really a civil war with all the nastiness that comes with every civil war. And it gets nastier as the war goes along, because the fact that blood has been shed and shed and shed leads to the desire for vengeance, and there's a cycle of retribution. So all of this is part and parcel of our heritage coming right out of the revolution.
There are figures in the revolution who I think are unknown to most Americans today, who were important in that feeling of this horrible thing has happened, we must take vengeance at the time, such as Jane McCrae.
Yeah, Jane McCrae was a young woman in her early 20s. She found herself betrothed to a loyalist, someone who was loyal to the crown, who had joined the British Army invading New York out of Canada. She has gone up to meet him very close to Fort Edward, which is where the Hudson River begins a long westward bend. And she's in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Indians aligned with the British see her. They take her captive. There's a quarrel between two Indians, and they kill her. And then they scalp her. And it's a horrible crime in and of itself. The British commander, General John Burgoyne, is beside himself, enraged at this crime. But it's useful for the rebel cause because Jane McCrae becomes a symbol of British callousness, of Indian atrocities, of violated womanhood. Jane McCrae, for decades, really for the next century and a half, would stand as a martyr of sorts in 1777.
What's interesting is how the British strength, the strength of Great Britain, plays against them in a way, because what otherwise would have been a straight us, the Americans, versus them, the British battle, becomes more than that, because European nations, having their own disputes with Britain, see the American Revolution as a way to keep British forces tied up as long as possible. So they come over to our side.
That's right, Gil. And that's the essence of the argument that Benjamin Franklin, our first and greatest diplomat, is making in the French court at Versailles. He's telling the French, who have suffered a humiliating defeat to Britain at the end of the 7 Years' War, the French and Indian War, as we call it, and in 1763 have lost Canada. They've lost 500 million fertile acres west of the Appalachians. They've lost rich sugar islands. They've lost standing among the family of nations in Europe. And Franklin's argument is, if you want to stick it to the British, if you want to regain some of what you and your Spanish brethren, as part of the family compact of the Bourbon nations, have lost, the best way to do it is to align yourselves with the Americans. We are fighting the British. If you want to help us, that will tie up the British. It will ensure that the British have a comeuppance of sorts. And the French buy it. And after the Battle of Saratoga, the two battles in September and October of 1777, where the British army that has come out of Canada is destroyed, the French basically agree that the Americans have the capacity to really make life miserable for the British. And that's when they formally align themselves with us with a couple of treaties.
Even with that, what happens in these years is just fascinating, and a lesson that everybody can still learn from, because Washington is essentially losing battles, but winning the war by wearing out an army that was losing the support of people back home in Britain, and of course, supply line problems.
You know, Washington is inherently very aggressive, and he would like nothing better than one big titanic battle that resolves everything in a single day, if necessary. But he comes to recognize, as a consequence of substantial battlefield defeats in the first couple of years of the war, where he nearly loses the war, nearly loses the army, nearly loses his life, that he can't slug it out toe-to-toe with this large professional British and German army, which is supported by the greatest navy the world has ever seen, the Royal Navy. The Americans really have no navy. And so he adopts a strategy that we would today call the strategic defensive. He's looking for opportunities to nick and bleed and bedevil the British, but he's avoiding head-to-head conflict with them, head-to-head battle, unless the circumstances are entirely favorable to him. And this is a necessary embrace by Washington, given the conditions of the time. It's a sensible and war-winning decision.
The middle, somewhat muddled years of the Revolution. That story continues after this break on the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-929-1313. 800-929-1313. Again, that's 800-929-1313.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
I'm Tom Brock. On this 4th of July holiday weekend, 2 wildfires are burning in Washington's Chelan County, including one that is quickly growing. KPQ News Radio reports Deputy State Fire Marshal Amy Thornton now says a fire being called the Apple Acres Fire is burning 3,000 acres, up from 2,000 on Thursday. This is just off of Highway 97 near the entrance to Wells Dam. It is spreading due to high winds. People living near Antoine Creek Road have been told to be ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. The other fire, the White Pine Fire, is burning in the Upper Tumwater Canyon area near Lake Wenatchee. If it continues to spread, it could also lead to mandatory evacuations. A terrible tragedy unfolding in south central Texas. At least 6 deaths are counted, and some 20 people are missing after severe flooding hit the area. Some of the missing members of a girls' camp. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick asking for people to pray they'll be found.
Make no mistake, we will do everything possible. The 500 people that are in the field are looking for your daughter.
The flash flooding was extreme, with the Guadalupe River rising 26 feet in just 45 minutes. A JetBlue plane veered off the taxiway in Orlando Saturday morning. The front tires went into the grass. An investigation is underway to determine the cause of the incident. There were no injuries among passengers or crew. Your KIRO News Radio forecast: mostly cloudy skies with an overnight low near 55 degrees. Saturday, partly cloudy and 73 degrees. Sunday, sunshine and 78. I'm Tom Brock, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Tired of unwanted clutter taking over your space? Well, say goodbye to it all with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal service. Tune into KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM or KTTH AM 770 for Home Matters, featuring Happy Hauler this Saturday at 2 p.m. Discover how Happy Hauler can help you declutter and reclaim your home, all while donating as much as possible to those in need. So make yourself, your family, and your community happy. Go to happyhauler.com. Hauling with a heart.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, my name is Jordan Gage, head of school at King Schools. Is tuition cost the number one thing keeping you from making the leap into Christian education? Did you know that King Schools awards over $2.3 million in tuition assistance every year? 25% of the families that make up this incredible Kings community utilize our variable tuition program to make Kings more accessible. The team at Kings would love to have you on campus for a tour and consultation to see how to make it possible for your family to experience the difference in Christian education at Kings.
Mention this ad and no application fee. Go to joinkings.org for more info.
The Independence Day Special from CBS, presented by Viking Cruises.
Back with more of the Independence Day Special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross with Pulitzer Prize winner Rick Atkinson, and we've been talking about the middle years of the revolution. It's written about in his latest page-turner, The Fate of the Day. There's so much that we could talk about, and the book is so rich with things and reads so quickly. I just want to ask you about two things that I think most Americans don't know about before we leave you and give everybody time to get The Fate of the Day and start reading. One is the role of American privateers, which is fascinating because we didn't have much of a Navy to really speak of.
That's true. We do have a continental Navy, and it is essentially worthless. The Navy doesn't like to think that way these days. And we have the likes of John Paul Jones, who's the exception to the rule. But Congress funds the building of 13 frigates, and none of those 13 frigates is in service when the revolution ends. All of them have been taken by the British, destroyed, burned by their crews to avoid capture. So the effort to counter the Royal Navy and to bedevil the 8,000 vessels that comprise the British merchant fleet fall to privateers. And a privateer is basically a legal pirate. There are letters issued from the individual states. There are letters issued from Congress allowing captains to take their vessels and to legally act as pirates on the high seas, often against British merchant vessels. More than 2,000 of British vessels are captured or destroyed during the course of the Revolution, mostly by privateers. And they not only infest North American waters, we find them in British home waters, which is really alarming to the British. And so it's an important part of why we're not able to slug it out with the Royal Navy by any means, but it's why we're able to make life even harder for the British in trying to supply that army across 3,000 miles of open ocean.
There's the last thing I want to get to is something that you made reference to earlier, but I think is so important because, even when people see movies about the revolution, they see people in red coats or the occasional, rebel in rags kind of, go, oh, you got me, and fall down. This was a bloody and violent series of battles. This was hand to hand. This was face to face. This was a very violent war.
Yeah, that's right, Gil. Wars are always violent by their very nature. But again, we tend to have kind of a, in the soft haze of retrospection, the revolution is in sepia tones and it's an old faded lithograph. It's not like that. It is violent and bloody. Killing is often done face to face with a bayonet. There are 25,000, at least 25,000 Americans who die for the cause. It could be as many as 35,000. It's a larger proportion of our population to die in any of our wars other than the Civil War. There are lots of atrocities committed by both sides, extrajudicial killings, beatings, torture, jail without bond, and so on. The Civil War qualities of it get worse as the war goes on. The last couple of years of the war are going to be almost entirely in the South, and it anticipates the Civil War, not in the causes of the conflict, but in the schism between Americans. It's brother on brother, it's father against son. And then there's disease and the other ills to which 18th century people are heir. And, you see 12 children born to a family and 6 or 8 of them never survive childhood. That's part of the landscape of the revolution. So I think that it's important as we reflect on the semi-quincentennial and we swing into the sequence of celebrations and commemorations of the 250th anniversary of the country's founding that we remember, because the amount of sacrifice that's involved, the amount of suffering that's involved is pretty profound. And it should make us all the more grateful to those who went through it for 8 years and who emerge victorious ultimately and emerge with, what we have today, the Republic, which is one of the greatest creations in the history of mankind.
And that Republic and our rights were hard won. You can read about it in Rick Atkinson's second volume of the Revolutionary Trilogy, The Fate of the Day, The War for America, Fort Ticonderoga to Charleston, 1777 to 1780. I hope we gave you a taste, if you hadn't read the first volume, that this is not a dry history, a lot of personalities and a lot of meaningful history. And Rick, I thank you for bringing it to life the way you do. And I look forward to Volume 3.
Thank you, Gil. It's always a delight to talk with you. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're listening to the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payoff via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
We all know a cancer diagnosis is physically and emotionally draining, but it can also be a financial hardship. That's why Northwest Hope and Healing is here to help. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. This year, we are proud to celebrate 25 years of Northwest Hope and Healing. Since the year 2000, we have distributed over $2.8 million in direct financial assistance to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference. Mark your calendar for Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville. It's an unforgettable afternoon of unwavering hope and inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The CBS 4th of July special, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Happy holiday. This is the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross. When we talk about our founding fathers on this day, we pretty much always think of them as they were around the 4th of July, 1776. We know they had differences. I mean, we saw them sing about that when our high school put on a production of the musical 1776. But from then on, we look back at them as people who thought they had done something that was darn near perfect and would last until the end of time. Well, that's what we've been taught. The only problem is we have their letters written over the course of the rest of their lives and even speeches given as they served in high office. And the fact of the matter is, most of them thought our republic was circling the drain pretty soon after its founding. Historian Dennis C. Rasmussen has written about this part of our own history, for which we've long looked the other way, in his book, Fears of a Setting Sun, The Disillusionment of America's Founders. Well, Dennis, here's a part of our story that somehow did not make it into our assigned textbooks.
Yeah, that's right. We tend to think of the founding during the kind of heroic period from, as you say, starting in 1776, but then continuing on to the Constitutional Convention and the Bill of Rights. But part of the point of my book is the founders didn't stop thinking about politics after 1791, right? They kept living, they kept thinking, and in some ways their later thoughts are even more worthy of our attention. They came with more real-world experience. And yeah, their views changed quite a bit later in their lives.
Which is interesting because you hear so many people these days talk about the Constitution, things like originalism and original intent, and many of the founders kind of rejected the idea. I don't know if any of them actually said, no, it's a living document or anything, but they went, well, this worked out. This doesn't seem to be working out so well.
Yes, it is striking when so many people think that the founders' will or intent should be obeyed in all things. We should remember that going into the early part of the 19th century, they themselves had these very severe doubts about the constitutional order they'd created. They thought, it just hadn't worked out the way they'd hoped. Many of them thought, it was just a failure, that it wasn't going to last beyond their own generation.
Among those who believed the United States had lost its way pretty quickly were Samuel Adams, Patrick Henry, Elbridge Gerry, who was vice president under Madison. And thank you, Elbridge. Gerrymandering is named after you, but a signer of the Declaration of Independence, who initially refused to sign the Constitution because there was no Bill of Rights. John Jay, John Marshall, George Mason, James Monroe, Governor Morris, Thomas Paine, Benjamin Rush, who also signed the Declaration and was the father of psychiatry. We could get into that in another interview some year, but want to concentrate on the main ones, which will surprise a lot of people. Washington, Hamilton, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, all had doubts about where we were headed.
That's right. And I think each for different reasons. So one of the things my book does is it goes through those four thinkers, and each has a particular theme attached to them. So Washington was disillusioned above all because of the rise of parties and partisanship. Hamilton, because he felt that the federal government just wasn't sufficiently vigorous or energetic. Adams, because he believed the American people lacked the requisite civic virtue for Republican government. And Jefferson, because of the sectional divide that was laid bare by the conflict over the spread of slavery. So they each grew disillusioned, but for somewhat different reasons.
Let's get into that with these four. Washington, really concerned about the rise of political parties and partisanship. What were his fears about political parties?
Well, part of it, he thought partisanship was just a sign of a bad character, right? If you're a partisan, that means you're being partial. You're putting the interests of some parochial group ahead of the public good. But he also just thought that the parties would be fatal to Republican government, that they would sow conflict among people. They would open the door to corruption and foreign intrigue. And that it would just stop the government from being well administered, with this standing opposition party trying to prevent the president, trying to prevent the leaders from Congress from getting things done. And this sounds impossibly naive today to many people to say, of course, parties are never going to arise. But, most of the other founders had the same expectation. So Washington wasn't alone on that score.
Well, even when Thomas Jefferson established a political party, even he thought, well, this is just going to be needed for a little while to get the Federalists like Hamilton out of power. And then, we can forget about this whole political party thing.
That's exactly right. Everybody at least professed an aversion to parties at this period. But, Washington really meant it. From the beginning to the end of his public life, he's constantly warning people about the dangers of partisanship and the dangers of factionalism, as they would have called it.
One of Doris Kearns Goodwin's, biggest sellers was the book about how people in Lincoln's cabinet really opposed one another on very, very important views, and how important that was to have these differing views so Lincoln could hear all of the possibilities and everything. But that was nothing compared to Washington. I mean, Washington saw this happen. Let me repeat that without my allergy. Washington saw this happen in his second term as Jefferson and Hamilton went after one another tooth and nail.
Yeah, right. So the parties are led by the two key members of his own cabinet, right? Hamilton, Treasury Secretary, and the leading figure of the emerging Federalist Party, and then Jefferson, who's Secretary of State and the leader of the Republican Party. And the clash between them was just got to be pretty nasty. I mean, partly it's a matter of personality. Hamilton and Jefferson really hate one another. They also have very different policy visions for what the government should do. But mostly they saw each other as existential threats to the country. The Hamilton and the Federalists tended to see Jefferson and the Republicans as unreconstructed anti-federalists, which is to say opponents of the Constitution, opponents of the government under which they've been living. They think that basically they want to go back to the Articles of Confederation and the disastrous situation that existed there. And then for their part, the Jeffersonian Republicans think Hamilton and the Federalists are basically monarchists at heart. They want to put a crown on Washington's head, make him the new King George. And so, each side sees the other as basically treasonous. And this doesn't lend itself to the reasonable compromise that Washington expects from his cabinet.
For people who think we have political intrigue now, when Jefferson was Secretary of State for Washington, he actually set up an anti-government newspaper.
He did. I mean, it's really hard to see that as anything other than an act of gross disloyalty on Jefferson's part, that he's one of the key members of Washington's cabinet, and he's working against the administration from within.
Okay, which brings us to John Adams, and the first president that we had after Washington, second president of the United States. That election campaign, I mean, as nasty as we think of our election campaigns these days, that election campaign was a horror show.
Yes, it was. The election of 1800 between Adams and Jefferson, two of our most revered founders, was as nasty as any election there's been in American history. The press was scandalous on both sides. We sometimes think our mainstream media has problems today. The press then in the 1790s was as partisan as could be.
And when Adams comes to the presidency, he does something that's, hard to imagine. Well, maybe not as hard to imagine now, but certainly is when we think of the founding fathers and all of that. He basically comes into the presidency and goes, I don't think this country's going to work.
That's right. So even before that, one of my favorite quotations from the book comes from a letter that he wrote just a month or so after being inaugurated as vice president. So the new government is just being set up. He's writing to Abigail, asking her to come to New York. New York is where the first temporary capital was. And he says, Abigail, come from Massachusetts, come to New York. We have to think of New York as our home for the next 4 years, assuming that the government lasts that long, right? So he's not even sure the Constitution or the government the Constitution's created is going to last 4 years.
Hang in. We have just a bit more to tell you about the little-known fears our founders had about whether our nation would even make it to the 19th century on the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Sheila loves being active, playing tennis, dancing, golfing, running.
Those things you kind of need all your body parts working for.
So when her knees became too painful to keep doing the things she loved, rather than having surgery, she went to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, for stem cell therapy.
I've seen so many things that have not gone well when people have had traditional knee replacements, and I'm glad to see that this is becoming popular now. I just think it's a much wiser choice in going through all the things that can go wrong if you start putting something foreign in your body.
And this isn't foreign because these are your own stem cells.
You've got your own body working for you. It just seemed like a smarter choice to try that first.
And so I understand you now call yourself Stem Cell Lady?
She did my knees and my shoulders. And if my hips ever go, I'll be back for that. And if they ever start stem celling your brain, I'll be back for that.
Okay, no brains just yet. But if it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before choosing surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
The CBS 4th of July special, presented by National Debt Relief.
Here's more of the Independence Day special from CBS News Radio. I'm Gil Gross. And I'm talking with Dennis C. Rasmussen, who wrote Fears of a Setting Sun, about the fears our founders had about whether the United States of America could last.
Their worries are still with us, but then they've been with us for 230 years and we're still standing. So maybe these problems are really deep-seated, baked in. They've been with us since the very founding, but maybe for that very reason, they're less likely to ultimately doom the republic than we often fear, right? We constantly hear the American democracy is coming to an end. But, if we take a page from Madison's book, I think one of the reasons Madison ended up being the most optimistic was just that he lived so long. He saw so much, right? By the time he died in 1836, he's seen the constitutional order weather any number of storms, the Alien and Sedition Acts and the War of 1812 and the Missouri Crisis and the Nullification Crisis and so on. And so he believed, or at least he hoped, that if they could weather all these things, we could weather a good deal more, right? So the more the nation endured, the more durable it seemed to him. So if we take a page from Madison's book, maybe we take some solace in the fact that we've lived with these problems for 230 plus years.
There had never been a government like ours, not a successful one anyhow. There had never been a republic that worked. The philosophical theories of republic go back to Plato and all, but nobody had ever tried anything quite like what we were doing.
That's right. So Republican government at the time of the founding was confined to small city-states like Venice and San Marino, or confederations of city-states like the Netherlands and Switzerland. It had never worked on anything like the scale of even the original 13 states in all of human history. And so, there are lots of doubters, lots of people who didn't think it could work. The founders really saw the fate of Republican liberty for all time hinging on their every move. And this is why, they're so wary of anything that might disrupt this experiment, as they called it, in Republican government, and why their disillusionment was so strong, is they thought, this is a world historical event that's going on, and we need to make it work.
Final question I should mention before I mention the book again. In closing, fears of a setting sun. Where does that come from?
So it comes from a line on the last day of the Constitutional Convention as the delegates are lining up to sign the charter. The story goes that Benjamin Franklin calls attention to the chair that George Washington, as president of the convention, he had occupied this high-back mahogany chair at the front of the room all summer that has a decorative half sunburst carved into the crest. And Franklin calls attention to this chair, the sun on this chair, and he says, look, painters often have a hard time differentiating in their compositions a rising sun from a setting sun. And I've often wondered over the course of the summer, over the course of the deliberations of the Philadelphia Convention, whether the sun was rising or setting. But now at last I have the happiness to know that it is a rising and not a setting sun.
Though even Franklin famously asked what kind of government they came up with, said a republic, if you can keep it.
That's right.
Dennis C. Rasmussen has written many books of history, one about Governor Morris, which an important figure that too few Americans know, which we'll probably talk about in a future July 4th special. This book is Fears of a Setting Sun, the disillusionment of America's founders. Dennis, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks, Gil. I appreciate you having me.
This has been the Independence Day Special from CBS News Radio, produced by District Productive and Paul Woody Woodhull. I'm Gil Gross.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest